Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were on
lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
These are prom-less teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown. But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding, no touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
No, if you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the K, you best not miss.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! To the Raiders! Omaha!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were on
lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second, I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding, no touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown, okay? I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the K, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing, because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs.
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes!
Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janis, does he stop it? Oh, please!
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster all through December. And January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being. And you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront beachfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second, I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding, no touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown, okay? I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use...
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17!
I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again.
The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17. Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football, year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're gonna lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever gonna know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people who know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does he stop it? Oh, please!
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then, when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
Good afternoon, Armchair Quarterback Nation. As we are bringing you the sports page here. And remember, later on, we've got the National Football League. We are going to be doing play-by-play Monday Night Football. Patriots, Bills, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee and Tones Areola will bring you the call. Let's go ahead and jump into the first item of the news on the day, and I think it's the one that everyone's looking at, is the University of Miami has fired head coach Manny Diaz after just 3 seasons, and they are bringing in Mario Cristobal. And the rumor is Mario Cristobal is going to get up around $8 million, and will be fighting an uphill battle to try to bring the Miami Hurricanes back to prominence. It's been a long time since they have been relevant in the college football landscape, going on close to 20 years. And he'll try to reinvent them. As remember, Cristobal once played for the Hurricanes, and so his heart lies there, and he's going to try to win at Miami, leaving Oregon. Honest engine, I believe that he's making a mistake. I think he's going to fail, as they all have failed at Miami, as the facilities are not there. They're in a much different, much more difficult conference than they were when Miami was dominant in the Big East. They are now in the ACC, and they're going to be dealing with an uphill climb, and I doubt that he's going to reach their expectations, and their expectations are high, because once upon a time, Miami was a top college football program, but it has been a long time since they have sniffed that, and so away we go. Cristobal will leave behind the Oregon Ducks, and that is a premier job, my friends. They have great facilities. They've got Nike money behind them. I don't know if they'll make a big splashy hire right now. They might just do what they did when Willie Taggart left Oregon and promote within, and then keep their eye on a bigger prize down the road. But if there's ever an opportunity for Urban Meyer to go be who he wants to be, and no one's going to question him because he's going to bring them W's, the Oregon Ducks are going to be calling Mr. Urban Meyer, I guarantee you that, because he has been an utter failure at the Jacksonville Jaguars so far, and it doesn't even look like that they're getting better each week like you would expect. And so that's where we will start here with the NFL as Week 13 is coming to a close. And you're going to have essentially the Jacksonville Jaguars are getting closer to getting that number 1 pick again. They got throttled again by the Rams. They're losing games and they're not even close. They're not even making you think, okay, well, they're looking better. They're looking better. No, not at all. Jaguars lose 37-7. And no part of that game did you look at that and say, hey, you know what? They don't look half bad. They look terrible. The greatest thing that could happen to the Jacksonville Jaguars is for Oregon to come steal Urban Meyer away. It would get them off the hook from having to pay that salary, and they could move on and get a real NFL coach. Jaguars get absolutely pummeled. They give up 121 yards on the ground to Sony Michel. He scores a touchdown. And Cooper Kupp, he could have named his number yesterday. 8 receptions, 129 yards, and a touchdown. Jacksonville is just plumb awful. Buccaneers end up beating the Falcons 30-17. That was pretty much where everyone thought it would be. Tom Brady went out 368 yards and 4 touchdowns. I know the groundswell is getting towards going to other players, but the Aaron Rodgers of the world, whatnot. But if I'm voting today, I'm putting Tom Brady as my MVP. There's no reason why Tom Brady should not be top 2 or 3 ballot on everyone's MVP. He's had a phenomenal year once again. Falcons, they continue to be the Falcons, and they are going to struggle towards the end of this year. It's a first-year coach. They're going to have to make major changes, and I think one of the main changes you're going to see them do is get rid of Matt Ryan and go for the youth. It's probably what they should have done in the offseason last year, but I don't think they could resist drafting the talent of Kyle Pitts, and so they went in that direction. This year, they'll go out, they'll get themselves a younger quarterback, and look, by next year, they may have all their pieces back together. Because remember, Calvin Ridley is taking a sabbatical for mental health reasons. Not quite sure what that's all entails and if he's going to play again. But if he does play again, you would get him back. You've got Cordero Patterson. You've got Kyle Pitts. It's a good landing spot for a quarterback. If a quarterback wants to come in as a free agent, or you just get a young kid that you draft. Dolphins stay hot. They win 20-9 over the Giants. Just methodically did it. Waddle went out there, 9 catches, 90 yards. It's another solid game. And Miami's finding ways to win. Now, they're playing a very weak schedule, and it's going to be a challenge at the back end of this schedule when they're going to have to play Tennessee and they're going to have to play the Patriots to finish the season. But they can go on a run here. The Dolphins can definitely go on a run. They're playing the Giants. They're playing the Jets. They're getting it set up for them to be able to go on a heck of a run, and they may sneak into that final wild card. Look, they've got 7 losses here right now. They're 6-7, winners of 5 in a row. I absolutely believe that they could get in with 8 losses. And it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to run the table and go down the stretch. Remember, that Tennessee game will probably be pretty tough. It's in Nashville. But the Patriots game, the Patriots might have everything sewn up. We'll find out tonight where the Patriots are after tonight's game. But the Patriots could have a lot of things sewn up and not playing for anything in that final week. Colts pound the Texans 31-0. Taylor goes off, 32 carries, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns. The only thing you would say about that, maybe a little too many carries for Taylor in a game that was never a threat. So you would think that they would try to slow down his carries for when it's needed here in the back end of the schedule, but they've put themselves back into the playoff hunt. They're 7-6. They're in the wild card race. We'll look at the wild card standings and division standings here in a second. But game and a half behind the Tennessee Titans. And so that wraps up the AFC South. You look at some of the other scores around the league. Cardinals pound the Bears. That game was never in question. 33-22 as the Bears scored a garbage touchdown late. The Chargers, they went on into Cincinnati and just absolutely smoked the Bengals. The Bengals couldn't get out of their own way. They went down early 24-0, climbed back in and got within a score, and then it was one mistake after another. It was fumbles. It was interceptions. It was just terrible, terrible play. And you're at home, and this could be a team that you're fighting it out for a wild card down the road. This could be a devastating loss for the Cincinnati Bengals for the 2021 season. I still believe the Bengals have a solid chance of making the playoffs, but you don't want to lose to teams like the Chargers that you're going to be fighting against to make those playoff run. Lions finally get a win. They beat the Vikings 29-27. Vikings did a terrible job defensively on that final drive. They did not send any pressure to Jared Goff, and Jared Goff just kind of went down the field methodically. When you're out of timeouts, that is the perfect opportunity to blitz the quarterback. Because first of all, if you get the sack, look out. You could take 30 seconds off the clock right there. The other thing is he's going to have to make a quick decision. He gets the quick decision. He has to throw a slant route over the middle, and he gets tackled in bounds. We'll just say a 7-8 yard gain. That eats the clock. To not send any pressure and to let Jared Goff just sit back there and pick them apart. I watched the tail end of that game. It was pathetic. And this is from a head coach who's supposed to have a lock on defense. That loss right there could be the death nail for the Vikings down the road. When they're down to the nitty-gritty and they're trying to make the playoffs at the very end of the season, remember this Lions loss by the Vikings. Eagles 33-18 winners over the Jets. That was a big win for the Eagles as they're trying to climb back into the playoff race. They look pretty good. Look, they gave up some early scores, but in the second half were absolutely dominant. And Gardner Minshew, 242 yards, 2 touchdowns. Have yourself a day. How about Miles Sanders finally showing up for the first time all year long? 24 carries and 120 yards. And Goddard even got into the action. He caught 2 touchdown passes, 105 yards. I guarantee you, Philly's waking up this morning and half the town is pumping their chest saying, we need Minshew. And, of course, the other half the town's saying, what are you, nuts? Jalen Hurts is the future. But it made Philly a very big win yesterday, that performance by Minshew. If nothing else, you know you got a good backup in your pocket. And depending on how long Hurts is out, you also don't feel like you have to rush him back. Steelers, 20-19 winners over the Ravens. Ravens going forward on 2-point conversion. And they're all trying to sell it about how Andrew should have had the catch and this and that. The simple fact of the matter is, if you watch that play, it was a terrible throw. I mean, a terrible throw by Lamar Jackson. It was a perfect play call. Andrews was wide open in the flat, and it was just a terrible toss. He had to just lay it out there, and Andrews could have fair caught it and walked into the end zone. Terrible pass by Lamar Jackson. Once again, his deficiencies at quarterback, not being able to be accurate, making the simple throws, makes him a tier 2, tier 3 quarterback. People have got to quit putting him up in the upper echelons of quarterbacks, because your basic quarterback in the National Football League makes that damn throw. Both of the quarterbacks tonight, Mac Jones and Josh Allen, they make that throw. Why? Because it's an easy-ass throw. He's constantly throwing off the back of his foot. He's got terrible mechanics. Lamar Jackson loses the game once again. Washington over the Raiders. That could end up being a big win for Washington. 17-15 winners. As the Raiders start to fall out of sorts, they're now 6-6. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. Seahawks beat the Niners. Horrible loss for San Francisco. They needed that W in a big, big way, and they did not get it. You got to beat a 3-8 Seattle team. Garoppolo was throwing interceptions. Kittle had himself a day, but that was it. Seattle beating San Francisco, that's going to be a key loss down the stretch when we start talking about wild cards. And to put a cap on it, the Chiefs, 22-9 victors over the Broncos. That's just basically coming down to the fact that the Broncos have a pretty good defense and a terrible offense. And as long as that is the case in the National Football League, if you cannot rely on your quarterback to do big things, you're going to struggle. And they're 6-6 now. They've got a very good defense. Even with the trade of Von Miller, they still have a very good defense. But they're already pointing towards the future. Can they talk Russell Wilson? Can they talk Aaron Rodgers into coming in from free agency? Because that team has got some talent. Javonte Williams, 102 yards rushing. He finally got a chance to shine. You get even a Russell Wilson at his age, towards the end of his career, you get a Russell Wilson behind center, Denver becomes a real Super Bowl contender. Teddy Bridgewater, I love the guy. I pull for the guy. He's not it. He's not it. He doesn't make the big plays. It's just not in his repertoire. He's a quarterback that on a very dominant defense could probably get you pretty far. But that defense has to be lights out, because he normally doesn't make the big mistake. They did have the pick 6 last night, but that's out of character for Bridgewater. And so that is your look at week number 13. And now it's time to take a look at the standings in the NFL. We start with the AFC East, as that is the showdown tonight, and you got the New England Patriots 8-4 on the year. Buffalo a half game back at 7-4. The Patriots have won 6 in a row, 7 of their last 8. They have been on fire, but they're going to get the real test tonight in Buffalo with that crazy bunch of fans, and it should be a great one. In the division, the Patriots are 2-1. Buffalo is 3-0. What it really comes down to, though, if you're looking at this from a standpoint of either fan base, the Bills and Patriots will square off tonight, and then 3 weeks they square off again at home in Foxborough. That game is on, it's the day after Christmas, and it's a 1 o'clock Eastern start. The Dolphins, their only hope is to get into the wild card. We'll get into that here in 1 second. Over in the AFC North, you've got the Ravens at 8-4, Cincinnati at 7-5, and then Pittsburgh hanging on at 6-5-1. Cleveland's in the cellar, but only 2 games out at 6-6. That division is going to come down to the wire, you best believe. The AFC South, Titans, 8-4. They were on a bye this week, so the Colts, who are going on to a bye, they are 7-6. Tennessee's going to host the Jacksonville Jaguars. So if Tennessee can get that W and get to 9-4, they will essentially have a 3-game lead on Indianapolis because they do have the tiebreaker. Kansas City, they are now cruising at 8-4. They've won 5 in a row. They've got a 1-game lead on the Chargers, who sit at 7-5. Then you got the Broncos and Raiders, who are at 6-6, but I really think at this point it's a 2-team race. I really think it comes down to the Chiefs and the Chargers. NFC East, Cowboys are 8-4. Washington, 6-6. And Philadelphia still hanging around there at 6-7. Green Bay is cruising in the NFC North at 9-3. No way anyone's catching them. The closest team is the Minnesota Vikings. They lost yesterday, dropping to 5-7. That division is all but wrapped up. Same situation in the NFC South. Tampa Bay's 9-3. Carolina and Atlanta are 5-7. What Green Bay and Tampa Bay are paying attention to is they're trying to catch the Arizona Cardinals because they would love to have that first round bye. Remember, there's only one bye in the NFL in each conference this year. Cardinals are sitting at 10-2. The Rams are hanging around there at 8-4. And then you've got the 49ers, lost a critical game yesterday. They really needed to win that game. They are at 6-6. So now we take a look at the playoff standings, where we would be looking at come playoff time if it all began today. New England and Tennessee are tied at 8-4, along with Baltimore and Kansas City. So all the 4 division leaders have the identical record. Now, when New England's going to play tonight, so they will either be sitting by their lonesome or they'll fall a half game behind. Buffalo sits right there at 7-4. If they win, they would slide into a tie. And of course, all the scenarios of tiebreakers and whatnot, those are going to get sticky, and we won't pay attention to that until it gets down to the nitty-gritty because, come on, you don't have nearly enough time to break down every single team's playoff record, playoff scenarios, and the tie-breaking system, which can get really complex. You usually wait till about the last week of the season, and then you go, all right, where are we at? All right, let's figure it out. Now, you look at the rest of the AFC, and we'll put the Bills off to the side along with the Chargers. And right now, the Bengals have the 7th seed. But if you look at that, let's say Buffalo loses tonight. There would be a 3-way tie at 7-5 for 5, 6, and 7. Pittsburgh would be sitting a half game behind at 6-5-1, and then you got the Colts sitting there at 7-6. You got the Raiders at 6-6. Cleveland at 6-6. Denver, Miami. That's the cutoff. Once you get to Miami, who has 7 losses, they can't really afford to absorb more than maybe one more loss. Once you get past that, everyone else is pretty much out of it. For all intents and purposes, they are out of it. They're just not mathematically eliminated. NFC, the Cardinals sit atop the NFC and atop the NFL at 10-2. Green Bay is 9-3. Tampa Bay is 9-3. And then you've got the Cowboys sitting at 8-4. The Cowboys and the Rams are both tied 8-4, but remember, the Cowboys are a division leader right now. So if it all began today, Cowboys would host the Rams. If it ended today, Washington would head to Tampa Bay, and San Francisco would head to Green Bay. Now, not everyone's schedule is even, and in fact, the Eagles have played one more game than San Francisco, et cetera, et cetera. But what you got, the 6-6 is the cutoff at the number 7 slot in the NFC. After that, you got the Eagles at 7 losses, Minnesota at 7 losses, Carolina, Atlanta, and New Orleans all at 7 losses. After that, you pretty much got to cut it off. Take an absolute miracle for a team like New York or Chicago or Seattle with 8 losses to come roaring back in that NFC and get a wild card. So that's the way it looks tonight as we head into Monday Night Football. The line right now sits at about 3, depending on the book you're looking at. New England a 3-point underdog, and the over-under is sitting at about 41.5. So there you have that, and we get ready for a really fun night. I think this is going to be a great game. We look forward to bringing it to you. Make sure to lock into the Armchair Quarterbacks tonight, and we'll bring you a different perspective. I know some folks like that Manning cast. To me, it's junk. And then, of course, the Monday Night Football broadcast, main reason why we're doing this. We're just not a fan of the guys that do the game. And so we're going to try to bring you a different style. If ESPN is your cup of tea, fair enough, but we're going to try to bring you something different.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
This is the part of the Lifetime movie version where I get up to pee.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
What's going on here, guys? All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
People might walk up to you occasionally and they might want to just take a picture with you and say, congratulations, great work. With me, they want to debate. My life is harder.
Well, Stephen, here's what I want you to realize. A, you're lying. Nobody comes up to you. Okay? Stephen A. Smith does not have one fan. Not one. There's never been a request for a picture. There's never been a request for a debate. You are you're snap finger famous. That's the guy. What's the guy that's
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage. You're listening live from Orchard Park in Buffalo, New York, where tonight the Buffalo Bills host the New England Patriots in a battle for the AFC East supremacy. The New England Patriots are 8-4, 2-1 in the AFC East, and the Buffalo Bills sit a half game behind at 7-4 and 3-0 in the division. Tonight, under the lights, the stage is set for Bills Patriots here on Armchair Quarterback YouTube. Good evening, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, ready to bring you the action, sitting alongside my right-hand man, Tones Areola. Tones, how are you this evening?
Good, Mac, and excited to be here on the call. And we got a good one in store tonight. We've been preparing for this one for a couple of weeks now, and we're ready to bring the fans a different perspective, like you mentioned, from the game. No boring Monday Night Football announcers, no goofballs, just maybe some goofballs, but football coming your way. We can't wait.
All right, well, go ahead and give us the keys to tonight's game.
The keys to tonight's game for Buffalo, it's easily get the ground game going early and often. They haven't got it going yet this year. It's a bad weather game. They're going to have to try and change their game plan tonight. They're going to have to get Devin Singletary more involved. The Patriots almost have two running backs with as much carries on this season as Devin Singletary has to this point. Buffalo has to change their game plan tonight if they want to stay in this one, because passing the ball tonight will not seem to be the key to success. Heavy winds there, 35 to 40 miles an hour, perhaps snow as well. It's just going to be a struggle if Buffalo expects to come out throwing. And then for the New England side of things, this is really the path to the playoffs for them. It starts now. They go at Buffalo in this one, then they're at Indianapolis, then they play Buffalo at home again, then their last game of the season's at Miami. They have a game against Jacksonville sandwiched in between there, but Patriots are making the case to be the best team in the AFC. They're currently sitting atop of the AFC at 8-4. They're currently sitting atop of the AFC East. Now's their time to make a statement by winning at Buffalo. Then they can prove more at Indy than they got Buffalo at home. Then to close out the year, they're at Miami. That's some fierce competition for them. So let's see if Buffalo can get the ground game involved. Let's see if New England could stay hot like they have been, perhaps the hottest team in football, and keep rolling into the playoffs.
Do you have the injury report ready for me, sir?
Yeah, so for tonight's game, do you want the inactives in total or just the
Sure.
injury? All right, we'll go through inactives. First on for the Buffalo Bills. He's been inactive the past couple of weeks, so it's not surprising to see him here. But Zach Moss, one person that people did not see being inactive this much at this point in the season, he is now inactive. He finds himself inactive again for Monday night, so it'll be interesting to see Matt Breida and whatnot alongside the other guys. And then I'm sorry, I'm having little troubles here pulling up the list, but we'll get into New England. And what's your thoughts on Zach Moss before I go on here, sir?
Well, honestly, at this point, I think he's a bust. When you constantly have a guy who is a healthy scratch, and he's a guy that, look, hey, let's be honest, Moss was a guy that everyone expected to be a key cog in the offense when they drafted him a few years ago. And he just has not done those types of things. He was a third rounder just back in 2020.
And now here we go with the rest of him. Marquez Stevenson, wide receiver, is inactive. Reggie Gillum is inactive. Ike Obata is inactive. Isaiah McKenzie, wide receiver, who we see making plays, and inactive. And Jamel Douglas, offensive lineman, inactive. Vernon Butler, defensive tackles, inactive. So that's nothing really too crazy on the Bills' part. Maybe Isaiah McKenzie, but like we said, maybe more running the ball tonight. Patriots inactives, it's Ronnie Perkins, a defensive end. Devin Asiasi, tight end. Jarrett Stidham, quarterback. Yasir Durant, guard. Sean Wade, cornerback. Jelani Tavai, middle linebacker. So that's 6 inactives for each. And we'll see what happens in this one. And like we said, it's going to be bad condition. We'll see. Inactives, it looks like we got some heavy run packages based on the inactives.
Yes, indeed, we do. We're going to go ahead and take a really quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready for kickoff. And it is snowing in Buffalo, but it's starting to let up a little bit, but the wind has not. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Bills Patriots here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action tonight.
You say your name right now.
Denise. D-Nice.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I've noticed that Antonio Brown has found yet another sucker to take him on. God knows we've already done Pittsburgh's dirty laundry. I'm curious about one thing. Do you think that he'd be welcomed back as easily in the league if he were going back to Bill Belichick and the Patriots? In other words, you think that he'd be welcome back if he were going to make New England a better team, or if he's going back to Tom Brady?
Armchair.
We are the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
What do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Y'all wait, but
Hold on. Trayshawn, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special teams, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love. Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trayshawn comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I said it like 4 times, so why didn't you say it the first time? Because it's pronounced Aaron.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving.
Touchdown. Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that in plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards to the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. 57. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
I don't return fruit. Fruit's a gamble. I know that going in.
Welcome back. Monday Night Football. Tones Ariel, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir, Mac. We actually do have some late news here. It looks like, indeed, in fact, before the game, the Bills head coach decided to make 2 healthy wide receiver scratches in Isaiah McKenzie and rookie wide receiver Stevenson, who was active for the first time last week. He was active up to the game after making his NFL debut last week. They ended up making him inactive for Zach Moss because of the weather conditions. So Zach Moss is active tonight after he's been inactive the past couple of weeks. So weather playing a factor. 2 wide receivers, healthy scratches. Isaiah McKenzie and Stevenson, the 6th-round pick, are now both inactive, who were both supposed to be active tonight. So that's something to watch in Buffalo's game plan. As we pointed out, they might want to run more tonight. Well, that's a start for them, I guess.
So you have basically what you got going on right now is there. I guess they'll lean on Moss a little bit, but he's probably there more for injury concerns. McKenzie, the 2017 wide receiver out of Georgia, and Stevenson, as you mentioned, was a 6th-round draft pick this year out of Houston. So interesting game plan, but doesn't shock me. What does shock me is that you don't tend to get Buffalo giving up wide receivers. And especially since they're short on the tight end front, it's good. I don't expect Buffalo to be able to move the ball very well if they have to rely on the run game. What's
No. Yeah, I agree with you. If Buffalo has to rely on the run game, and if they do rely on the run game, let's not forget that big part of that run game is Josh Allen, as he's their second leading rusher this year. He has 383 yards. That's actually the best yards per carry on them for anyone with over 69 carries on the team. He has 5.6 yards a carry. Emmanuel Sanders averaging over that, but he only has a couple of carries. If this Bills offense has to lean on the run, that run is coming with Josh Allen first and foremost in terms of who they choose to lean on, perhaps. And I don't like it for them. I don't think it would necessarily bode well for them. I mean, you do have bodies in Singletary, Breda, and Moss, but having bodies is different than having good running backs. Meanwhile, you got the Patriots who have Damian Harris and Ramondre Stevenson, Brandon Bolden. They have enough running backs to go around back there. So if this weather keeps up the entirety of the game, which the forecast says it's supposed to, with the wind, with the other bad conditions factoring in, Buffalo could be in for a long one. I mean, I don't see Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, and Matt Breda keeping pace with Damian Harris and Ramondre Stevenson.
Well, it'll be interesting, and obviously it always relies on Josh Allen and that Buffalo defense. That Buffalo defense is going to have to step up, and they're going to have to be able to stop the run, as this is a pivotal game. Look, you got a huge game in the AFC East. These are the only two teams that are realistically have a real chance at winning this thing. And, you can't count the Dolphins out for the wild card possibly, but these are the two heavyweights for the division. They play twice in the next 3 weeks. So we'll see how it goes. So here we go. And the kickoff is sailed out of bounds, as the wind definitely got that thing in flight, and the New England Patriots will be taking the field first, and Mac Jones and company wearing the blues. And if you can take the controls for 1 second, Tones, I'll be right back.
Yeah, and we got rookie quarterback Mac Jones making his way onto the field. Mac Jones is perhaps a favorite, the betting favorite, no doubt, in Vegas for Rookie of the Year, and he's under center here. Man in motion. Mac Jones gives it to the running back. It looks like it's Harris up the middle for 2 yards. Expect that a lot from New England tonight. Expect that up the middle stuff, the run stuff. You're going to get that. Kendrick Bourne was the man in motion. He shelled out left, and then Damian Harris squeaked up the middle for a couple. They're showing their starters now. You got Hunter Henry and Edmonds. That's a matchup to watch out for, Henry against Edmonds. So play one was just what we expected, a run play at that. And now we'll see what rookie Mac Jones is up in sleeve, as it's the I formation again. It looks like Harris is a tailback, and it looks like Buffalo is stacking the box on this play, and they're blitzing heavy. Harris takes the ball again up the middle for a gain of about 3 yards. We got about a 3rd and 5 coming up for New England after back-to-back runs. And
I apologize. I am back. I had a technical issue I had to take care of. So as we get set in here, and we try and get caught up to speed here.
So far, we had some Harris action, 2 carries, 5 yards, setting up a 3rd and 5 for the rookie.
All right, and here we go. 13:43 left in the first quarter, and the pitch is wide, and it is fumbled. It is on the ground, and Harris scoops it up and gets pushed out of bounds. Almost lost the ball.
That is not what New England wants out of the gates right there. Buffalo stands stout on the first drive. I'm not really sure if that was miscommunication. We see the pitch here. That wasn't miscommunication. That was just a flat-out drop pitch by Damian Harris. You don't see that out of him or New England too often. Now they're left in a 4th and forever.
4th and 11, 13:05 left on the clock. And here we go with a punt formation for the Patriots. And the snap and the delivery, that was another low snap and a terrible punt into the wind. Buffalo scoops it up, and on the return, number 23 is just going to get down so he doesn't get clobbered. That wind is absolutely raising all kinds of cane with the ball today.
Yeah, and, it's going to be a nightmare to pass. We'll see what the Bills do as they have their first approach here on offense. You see Josh Allen with 90+ pass touchdowns in first 4 seasons. They rely on the pass. This wind's been playing games with the punt. You see New England run it 3 times. We'll see what Buffalo alludes to do here on their first series.
We'll keep you abreast of all the scores around all the sports as well as tonight's game. And here we go here as it's a handoff off the left-hand side. Looks like it is Matt Breida, and he gets pushed out of bounds. And I'm sorry, that was Singletary, gain of about 2.
And Singletary is their lead back out of their running backs. He has 98 carries on the year, 459 yards. So it's not surprising seeing him get the first run of the year. Look out for Matt Breida to dip his toe in the water as well. Buffalo's been using him more week by week.
Ball's about midfield, and Josh Allen under center hands the ball off to Singletary again. This time he is dropped for a very short loss, and it's going to be 3rd and long.
He was swallowed up there. What a job by New England getting into that backfield, and the defense of the Patriots. That's what they do best. They just mash the run, and you see there the big man up the middle, really making a good play there. And you're not going to see Buffalo running up the middle too much tonight on this team. Good job by New England, stuffing the run early and often.
3rd and 7, 11:37 on the clock here in the first quarter, and shotgun formation for the Buffalo Bills at midfield. Ball is snapped, and Allen fires the ball across the line to Knox. Knox drops it. Don't know if the wind had anything to do with it or just good old-fashioned skill at hands, but it'll bring up 4th down.
Fantasy owners aren't going to be happy with that one. And you see number 92 on New England get his hands up. Good coverage there by the Patriots. That's some good defense right out of the gate. Yet again, we've seen both teams with a good defensive stand there early. So, yeah, like you said, not sure if the wind had anything to do with it, but fantasy owners can't be happy. Good play by Adrian Phillips in coverage.
Buffalo punts the ball away, and the Patriots will let it roll into the back of the end zone, and we'll have a touchback with 11:16 on the clock. And we'll see if they are going to take a break. If they do take a break, we'll take it with them. Mac Jones is coming onto the field. It does look like that they are going to stay with it here. So no, they are going to take a break. They faked us out. We'll be back in a flash here on Monday Night Football. Bills and Patriots. We're just getting started.
Hell is filled with people like you.
This is Sean O'Toole with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Catch me Drive Time with Mac the Game, the Armchair Quarterback, radio show, and Facebook Live.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
3rd down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end. 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. That's an old 1-2 punch. You make one the first time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekends in the fall just got a hell of a lot better. Saturday mornings, it's Dixie Football Nation. We talk SEC, ACC, the Big Ten, and more. As the only true Southern football kickoff show, you don't want to miss it. The Armchair Quarterbacks have got you covered all football season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. We cover the whole SEC all season long.
1st and goal. Franks. Jump pass. Hello, Tebow. From going deep. High arcing shot. It is hard in. Terry Godwin. And he stays up. Godwin dances into the end zone. 75 yards. Tagovailoa flushed out of the pocket. He'll run with it. He's got the first down and more. Still on the run. He is gone. Touchdown, Alabama. 2nd down and 10. Garantano over the middle. Ty Chandler, it's a race to the end zone, and he wins it. 42 yards.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football as the Patriots and Bills are just getting underway. If you're just joining us, all you've missed is a pair of punts as the wind is causing big havoc in this game. If you got the under in this game, you're probably in pretty good shape as the winds are gusting up to 40 miles an hour, and there's a handoff to the right-hand side, and it looks like that is Damian Harris, and he gains just a couple.
So that's 4 carries already for Damian Harris. If you have the over and rush attempts, you're grinning at home right now. It's not a lot of yards, but a lot of carries right now. And once again, what we predicted early, so far only 1 passing attempt by each of these teams, 6 running attempts. Expect that a lot throughout the entirety of the game.
2nd and 8, 10:44 left on the clock, and Mac Jones is under center. He audibles, and fullback pulls up and it is Harris once again, this time up the middle, and he'll gain about 4 yards, and it'll be 3rd and about 4.
And this is pretty much the same down and distance and field position as last time. We'll see what happens here. Last time you seen New England do a fumble toss at that. I expect them to look for Hunter Henry or Jonnu Smith here to try and at least get the first down, keep these chains moving, and get some momentum going. You don't want to give Buffalo the ball too many times, no matter how bad the weather is in good field position.
Shotgun formation as we reach 10 minutes in the first quarter, 3rd and 4, and it is a draw play up the middle, and that looks like that might have been Bolden on the carry. I'll have to check it here real quick. That is Brandon Bolden. 2012 product out of Ole Miss gets dropped for a 1-yard loss. It's 4th and 5.
And I don't like that call at all, McGee. I'm not sure about you, but it was really predictable. Again, it's like last 3rd down, they did a run. This 3rd down, you do a run. That's 2 runs on 3rd down, 2 loss of yardage on 3rd down. Now New England's in another 4th and medium. They got to punt again.
So 9:20 on the clock, 4th and 5. And from the 25-yard line of New England, they'll line up to punt into the wind. And the punt is, this time he got a hold of it, but it went high and it got hammered down by the wind.
And you could see this wind.
Maybe 25 yards at the most.
You can see this wind playing factors now. I mean, Jake Bailey is averaging 49 yards per punt. That one probably went 25 yards at most. His first one probably 35, 40 yards. So both punts under his average. You see him struggling early.
His first idea, the first punt was probably the best, which is if you're going to punt into the wind, you got to keep it low. That time he tried to get the height on it, and it just got shot down. You're looking at now what they're taking a quick break, so but we'll stay here with them. Let me ask you this. If you are going to have this kind of win situation, and this might be what Belichick is doing, is trying to drain the clock when he is facing the wind and then maybe put the ball up in the air when the wind is at his back. What say you?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think he knows right now that, like you said, he's against the wind right now. So maybe it is run it out instead of throwing with Mac Jones, and you don't want to disrupt the rookie's progress over these past couple of weeks. So it very well could be playing it smart, playing it safe. You don't want to make the rookie mistake here. You run it out. Then, like you said, when the quarters flip in his turn in his favor with field position in the wind, then maybe he'll throw more. But right now with the wind against him, he's not doing that. We'll see if Buffalo comes out throwing a little bit on this drive, or maybe both sides of the ball are just having some troubles. But we'll see. I like your thinking where Bill Belichick's head's at. And that punt ended up being only 15 yards. Wow.
Reminds me of the old games that you would see at the old Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And when they had the doors open, the wind would be brutal and teams would go in there, and that would pretty much be the game plan, is that when the wind was in your face, you had to keep it on the ground. And then when the wind was at your back, it was time to let it rip. So we'll see if that's the same. And remember, Bill Belichick coached on those teams, so he's very familiar with this, and we'll see if that's what he decides to go with. But brutal wind out there so far, and you can tell. And the one thing that I am wondering about that is, it with that wind, is it a straight back and forth wind, or is it whipping across? Because the pass that we saw dropped by Knox, the ball almost looked like it was fading away from him.
Yeah, it did look like it was almost like a knuckle curve out of Tim Wakefield's hand back in the day. One of those things that just starting right at you, and the next thing you know, it's down and out of the strike zone. And that was really a hard one for Knox. We'll see if it keeps up the wind playing mind games.
So Buffalo will now take over, and they are at the 40-yard line of New England. First pass, and he is hammered. The ball is passed out onto the flat, and number 27, Jackson, absolutely lays the wood on the Buffalo receiver. What an absolute melee we're going to have here tonight.
Man, and look at that hit
Emmanuel Sanders, I believe.
Yeah, look at that hit right there. Usually you see Emmanuel Sanders, number one, catch, shake, rattle, and roll. Harry got caught and dropped. What a play by the defensive back, Jackson, getting in his grill, dropping him here, and Buffalo's passing game.
The only thing shake, rattle, and roll now is his teeth. All right, the handoff in the shotgun formation is up the gut to, I believe that actually might have been Moss. We'll have to get the call on that.
Looks like Singletary.
Singletary again. Okay. Singletary, and that's going to still bring up third and very long. We'll call it about 9, and they're sitting on the 40. No, I'm sorry, the 39-yard line of New England, but nowhere near field goal range if you see what this wind is doing right now.
And that looks like a false
flag on the play, and that's usually it's going to be encroachment.
Wow, I thought based off the natural eye, it looked like the right tackle moved early. Unless he was enticed, it looks like Matt Judon with the penalty flag, number 9.
Yeah, big surprise there. I mean, he barely came across, and that caused the right tackle to move, and that's why the flag was called early. So it's going to be 3rd and 4 now. You almost wonder if this might be 2-down territory, because you cannot kick a field goal at this range. And Josh Allen drops back to pass, and he throws it over to the left-hand side. It is caught for a first down, and that looks like that might have been Matt Breida just getting across the sticks.
Yeah, and you can even tell Josh Allen had to kind of put a powder puff pass on right there. It was a little bit of a wounded duck, couple-yard throw, lob pass. That's what you're going to have to see tonight a lot if you want to move the chains. Penalty ended up being huge, although only 5 yards. It gets Buffalo help for a first down.
Had to put a little extra mustard on there to cut through that wind, and it's 1st and 10 sitting at the 30-yard line of New England. And here's the snap. The ball's on the ground. It's a fumble, and the Patriots are on it. It's first down, New England at the 31-yard line.
McGee, what is going on tonight? That's 2 fumbles we've seen. Both look like it was clearly on the running backs. I wonder if it's so cold there that their hands are something's going on, because Matt Breida let that one slip right through his chest. Josh Allen handed it off normal. Then we see Damian Harris drop a toss. What is going on early in Buffalo?
Absolute just backbreaker, as Buffalo was sitting there ready to possibly get in. I don't know if there is field goal range in this game, but at least have a chance of scoring. Instead, they turn the ball over. Let's go ahead and take a quick break as they have head to commercial. We'll be back in a flash here. You're listening to Monday Night Football with Ariel and McGee.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football as we get set as we got 6:55 left here on the clock in the first quarter. Patriots are touching the ball for the third time, just got the ball back on a fumble. They're at their own 31, shotgun formation, dual back set, tight formation. Here's the snap, and it is a handoff once again, and they will get dropped about 2 yards behind the line. That looks like big number 99 Phillips was on the scene to make the tackle, and it'll be second and long.
And what is going on right now? It looks like New England just continues to run, and they're not running effective. If that
Jonnu Smith that took the carry, it was.
Yeah, it looks like it was Jonnu Smith, and maybe they're trying to get his hands involved one way or another, but that's not it.
Second 11, single back set, trips formation on the right-hand side, and here is the fake handoff, and it is an end around to Aguilar. Aguilar dances his way through the Buffalo defense for a gain of about 5 yards, and it'll be 3rd and 6.
And you just see here, attack, ground. Here you go. Look at Bill there. He can't even hold the wind straight or the paper straight without the wind blowing. This is going to be ugly. It's a 3rd and 5 for the third straight possession for New England. We'll see for a third time in a row. Is it run here? I think you got to go pass or try something a little different, even if it's a screen or dump off. We'll see what happens. But their third ground run game has resulted into 2 punts.
I formation by the Patriots on 3rd and 5 at their own 36. And it is a student body right up the gut goes Harris. He goes to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Jackpot touchdown, New England Patriots.
Wow. Damian Harris, 3rd time's a charm. First drive, no. Second drive, no. Third drive, yes. You give it to Damian Harris, 64-yard touchdown run. Look at that, McGee, right up the middle. It was like the parting sea here. You look at their safety, captain of the team. He bites. He goes too hard to the left. Harris cuts up the middle, has a wide open hole. Hyde can't catch him. He's running, but he's not going to do anything while running except look at the back of Harris's jersey. Big first score for New England. And look at how bad the wind is, Mac. They're keeping the offense out there.
Yes, they're going to go for 2 at 6-0 New England, and they are waiting for the ball to get set down. And here we go from the 2-yard line, single back set. New England going for 2 after scoring that long touchdown run. And it is a toss sweep to the right-hand side and into the end zone for 2 points is Brandon Bolden.
So as much as this win could factor into the under, if every team scores and goes for 2, that could be a recipe for a tricky one here. Look at that by Brandon Bolden. Gets to the outside, does exactly what Oklahoma State couldn't do. Gets to the outside there and punches it into the end zone.
We've got weather in the 30s. We've got winds between 30 and 40 miles an hour, and we've got 8 points on the board. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on Monday Night Football. We'll be back in a flash.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Knicks again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. Two wide out to the right, one to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Knicks. He floats one in the end zone. It is call it, touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it! Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Knicks. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Knicks to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Monday Night Football as the New England Patriots lead 8-0 on an absolute rumble up the middle, 64 yards. And they go for 2 and get the 2. It is 8-0 late here in the first quarter.
McGee, you know what would have been a real nice parlay this weekend? Nick Saban and Bill Belichick, both underdogs here. That would have been a nice little money line parlay. I'm sure some people dipped their hand in that pot. It's early yet, but Patriots looking good here early.
Very, very early. And the Bills will get the ball now, trailing 8-0. And we'll see how they navigate through this wind. The wind is at Buffalo's back right now, but I think it is cutting across the field from what I could see.
Look at Isaiah Wynn right there, too, on the pullout on the long run from Georgia, fourth year. They circled him there, just pulls out, leads away. Beautiful job by New England's ground game there.
So New England hits pay dirt first, 5:18 on the clock. Josh Allen drops back to pass, and he fires it in for an 8-yard gain. Catch is made by Stephon Diggs, and it's second down.
Who else than the man from Maryland himself, Stephon Diggs, there finds a way to get open. You're going to be hearing his name a lot throughout the season for Buffalo. Tonight, we'll see with the win, but Buffalo, they keep trying to get past. We'll see here if they keep up their game plan to the pass attack.
2nd and 2 from the Buffalo 33. Under center is Allen. He's going to hand it off up the middle, and it looks like they are going to fight their way for a first down. Looks like that might have been, yes, it is once again Devin Singletary.
And Devon Goodshaw on the stop there, the big boy from LSU up the middle, number 92. Clogs the middle, just doesn't do enough there. Singletary's able to escape with the first down. And now we're seeing Buffalo with the little up-tempo offense here as they try and get something going.
Buffalo wanting to capitalize while the wind is at their back. 1st and 10 shotgun formation. Allen drops back to pass. He's under pressure. He's going to scramble. He runs right into the teeth of the Patriots defense and is dropped for a 2-yard gain. Good job of Allen avoiding the sack.
Good job of Allen dancing around. You've seen Lawrence Guy, number 93, almost come up with a sack there. Dives at him at the end and causes Allen to get a short gain. Lawrence Guy's been effective tonight, gets the pressure here, although he should have had a sack, and then got a fumble recovery earlier on in the night. New England's front looking hungry so far. We'll see if they could keep it up. But as McGee said, good job by Allen scoring up the gut there when it looked like a couple-yard loss, turns it into a couple-yard gain. But an injury here for Buffalo, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like that is Bills' right tackle, Darrell Williams, number 75. He is walking off the field and holding his arm. Most likely Spencer Brown will come in to fill the void until he can get back in the game. And here we go. Under center, one back formation, and the handoff is to Singletary again. This time he is dropped for a short loss, and it'll be 3rd and about 9. Patriots leading 8-0 as trying to find out what happened to Tones. I believe we lost him. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 7, 2:52 on the clock from the 38, and Allen drops back to pass. He's scrambling, running for his life. There's a flag down, and the ball is rifled down the sidelines. It looked like it is caught. It is caught by Cole Beasley. There is a flag down, and it is going to be a hold. So hold the phone. Number 79, Spencer Brown, who just came in, is going to get the holding call on him. He's filling in for Williams. And Josh Allen was running for his life. And so the hold will draw him back. 3rd and 17 now, 2:43 on the clock here in the first quarter. Patriots, 3rd and 17 from their own 27-yard line. Shotgun formation. Allen drops back to pass, throws off his back foot, and he fires it over the head of Sanders, and the ball is rifled, skips across the field, and that's going to bring up 4th down. Josh Allen was under duress, had to throw the ball in a hurry, and he was off his back foot, ball kind of sailed over it. He was wanting a late hit, but that looked like a pretty clean hit by the Patriots. It's going to be 4th and 17, punt formation, and we'll see how their kicking game looks here in this wind. Here's the first kick by the Buffalo Bills of the night, and he's got the wind behind him, and that ball is taken off like a bat out of hell, and Buffalo's jumping on the ball. They're claiming New England touched it. We will see what happened here. It did not look from the naked eye that they touched it, but no, they did not. The referees are saying they did not touch it. Harris came really close. N'Keal Harry, came really close to touching that ball. Too close. In fact, when the ball bounced, he was almost giving chase, and the thing almost touched his helmet. They're probably going to review this one. And they are going to give it a review. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will figure out all this. That ball looks like, man, is that going to be close? We'll be back in a flash.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years.
Okay, we are back, and they did give the ball to Buffalo. That's going to be a controversial play. Shotgun formation, and Josh Allen fires it across the middle. It's a touchdown. Just like that, as soon as we come out, Gabriel Harris with a 14-yard touchdown reception. They overturned that quickly. Buffalo got on the field, and they did not give any kind of breather to the Patriots defense. So the Bills gifted the ball down at the 14-yard line. First play from scrimmage is a rifle into the arms of Gabriel Davis, and the kick is up and good. It is 8-7 New England with 2:02 left here in the first quarter. We're going to take a quick break. Wow. The wind, the weather, and we've got a shootout.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
Here's Cunningham, dodges left, and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch, and the race is on. There are no flags, a 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline, stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss is got the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football as Tones Areola is joining me now. Tones, are you with us, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Had some internet failure there for a second, and it looks like I missed a dang touchdown. But Buffalo back on the board with 7 and now trailing by.
Ready to bury the Patriots. New England fumbled the punt. Now it's really iffy on whether or not they touched the ball. I'm a little surprised that they did give it to them because the original call on the field was no touching, and then they went back and reversed it, and it's really, really close. One of those where they typically go not enough to overturn. Anyways, Buffalo gets the ball on that fumble, 14-yard line, first play from scrimmage. It is a 14-yard strike slant route for a touchdown to Gabriel Davis, and it's 8-7. And that wind, Bass just blasts it out of the end zone, and New England will have a touchback there, and now they will have the ball.
Gabriel Davis has been a nice little piece for the Bills lately too, the past year and then this year. He's been a good little product out of UCF, and he looks to keep contributing in Buffalo's offense. Let's see if New England is an answer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Davis caught that ball or the ball caught him because it was rifled in there. But here we go. 1st and 10, 2:02 on the clock here in the first quarter. Single back set, and the handoff is up the middle again, and it's going to rumble all the way down for 10 yards. It looks like it's going to be enough for a first down, and that was Ramondre Stevenson.
And here you go. Here's a double-edged sword of the two-headed monster. Ramondre Stevenson starting to get involved now, and the rookie from Oklahoma has a nice little run, and it is enough for the first down.
So now we've got a 1st and 10 from the New England 35-yard line, single back set, double tight end formation, and the handoff fake. No, they're going to play action, and the ball is thrown, and it is juggled, but it is caught by Jonnu Smith for a first down. And I believe we've lost Tones again. So
I'm back. And Jonnu Smith, big free agent signing coming in clutch.
I'm going to have to ask you to upgrade your internet service.
I know. I'm going to have to get out of it. No, that one was on me. We're good now.
Unbelievable juggle. Wasn't the best of throws, but that wind is wreaking havoc out there. So here we go. Patriots run the ball at the middle again to Stevenson. Stevenson's going to rumble for about 5 yards up the middle, and takes it into Buffalo territory for a 2nd and 5. That'll be 28 seconds left on the clock, and I believe the Patriots are going to let it run down as they want the wind at their back.
And it's really pick your poison here if you're New England coming out of this backfield. You got Stevenson, you got Harris. Which one's it going to be? Both guys running effective on early, and like you said, here you go. New England is about to get the win going with them, so we'll see if their game plan changes a little bit. You could see Mac Jones looks like he's saying throw the ball.
I think he might have some kind of an injury as he is now warming up. He wants to see if his hand's okay. So here we go. We're going to head to the second quarter. Patriots lead 8-7. We'll be back in a flash here on Monday Night Football, Bills and Patriots.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
Why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football, 8-7 as we begin the second quarter. Tones, what have you seen so far?
I've seen a lot of good running by New England, and we've seen an effective couple of throws from Buffalo to each equate to scores. The interesting thing, New England chooses to go for two. We'll see if the wind changes the sides of things. We'll see if Buffalo runs more now and New England passes more now, and if Buffalo surpasses any 2-point tries against the wind.
Hand up off the middle from Jones, and it is look like stopped right there at the line, so it'll be 3rd and 4.
And there's more running from New England right out of the gate. Bam, run. First play of the second quarter. Ramondre Stevenson doesn't get much. It'll be interesting to see in this third down.
8-7 is your score. 3rd and 4, 14-20 in the second quarter as New England sits at the 48-yard line, and the handoff is up the middle, and rumbling down the field is Brandon Bolden. He'll take it all the way down to the 30-yard line.
So now we see a third running back. Bolden touched the ball a few times already, made the 2-point conversion. You see him being useful here. New England just keeps going right up the middle on these guys too. They keep getting it done. Brandon Bolden gets a nice carry there, and we'll see if they keep it on the ground now.
First and 10, New England from the 31-yard line as we're getting set here. And wind just wreaking havoc there at the stadium. 13:38 left in the second quarter. I formation from New England, the handoff, and it is going to be about a 2-yard gain here on first down, bringing up 2nd and 8.
And that's the Buffalo Bills leading tackler in on the season right there, and on the tackle. Tremaine Edmonds, their linebacker, former first-round pick, bang right up the middle, gets a nice stop there. And that's something Buffalo's going to need a lot more of if they want to stop this three-headed monster. Good play there.
Hand off to the left-hand side by the Patriots. And it's going to be about looks like about a 3-yard gain there on 2nd and 7. And that'll bring up 3rd and a manageable 4 yards.
Give credit to Ed Oliver right there for bringing him to the ground. It looks like he got him low as he was getting to go. And the former first-round pick, top 10 pick, Ed Oliver, able to meet the running back and hold him for a couple-yard gain. We'll see what happens here on 3rd and short from New England. Will it be more runs?
3rd and 4, 12:24 left on the clock. And Mac Jones pointing up on the I formation, and the handoff is up the gut, but Buffalo stifles it. And it's going to be a gain of maybe 1. It's going to be a long 4th and 3.
A nice play there by Matt Milano to stuff him, and they didn't get much there. Now it's decision time for Bill Belichick. We'll see here if he trusts his field goal unit going into the wind. It does look like they're sending him out there. Look at those winds howling. Field goal posts moving east to west, left to right. Fans going crazy. First kick of the game for New England. Let's see if Folk could convert.
So here we go. Folk hit 31 of 34 kicks on the year. The wind is directly at his back. Here's the snap, the kick, and he rifles it through the uprights. No problem whatsoever. And the New England Patriots take a 4-point lead. It is 11-7 as we head to break. 11:28 left in the second.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Right. Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. Mac McGee and Tones Ariola bringing you the action as the Patriots have taken an 11-7 lead, and they are set to kick off as Buffalo and New England, separated by just a half game in the division, will play tonight and 3 weeks from now to pretty much make a big splash on whether or not it's the Patriots or the Bills that win the AFC East. Kickoff is sailed out of the back of the end zone, and away we go.
And both of these teams have interesting schedules down the stretch. We alluded to New England's earlier and how important theirs is. We'll get into Buffalo's in a bit, but New England's mini playoff run starts tonight at Buffalo, and then they got at Indy after a Week 14 bye.
Real quick on the scoreboard, national championship in women's soccer going on right now. Florida State and BYU are at a 0-0 tie as they go to the half. We'll get you the NHL and NBA scores here in just a second.
Go Noles.
Yeah, they people wondering why they're playing against Monday Night Football. It's a BYU thing. BYU refuses to play any sports on Sunday. So had Florida State, had BYU lost the semis, the game would have been yesterday, but instead it's being played today. Single back formation, Buffalo, they're going up against the wind now, and the ball is handed off to, I believe that was, I can't make out his there.
Look, I think Singletary.
Yeah, number 26 Singletary up the gut for a 4-yard gain. And I think you're going to see the Bills take on the personality of the Patriots in the first quarter as they're facing the win. 2nd and 6, I formation, handoff is to Singletary again up the middle, and the Patriots stop them for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 4.
And it looks like that one was about actually Zach Moss, I believe, checked into the game for the first time. So that's interesting there. And Mac, I don't know if you noticed, but these My Cause, My Cleats, the field is looking vibrant as ever right now. Every player is every other color on their feet right now.
It's actually closer to a 3rd and 3, maybe long 3rd and 2. Shotgun formation with Josh Allen, single back set. And he'll drop back, fires over to the left-hand side, and the ball is caught, rumbling up the field to the 50-yard line. Nice catch and move as the Bills move into New England territory.
And that was Gabriel Davis again, the second-year man. Yep, second-year man out of UCF. You've seen him break onto the scene last year as a rookie. Tonight he's breaking onto the scene against New England. Good couple of grabs for the young fella.
So 1st and 10, Buffalo. Josh Allen, 5 of 7 with 40 yards and a touchdown so far. And it's a broken play, and Josh Allen's going to carry it himself. He rumbles up the middle for about 5 yards. The ball comes loose, but he was already on the ground. So it'll be second and about 5 yards.
And you've seen the ball scored out there. Like you said, he's on the ground, but big Spencer Brown jumped all over that thing. The big rookie out in Northern Iowa. You could tell he wasn't taking any chances just in case that was a fumble, although it's not. Big fella said, jumped all over it. Good play there by Brown. Heads up.
2nd and 5, 8:45 left here in the second quarter, and a fast-moving first half because of the wind. The ball's been on the ground quite a bit. Here's the snap, and the handoff is off to the right-hand side, and that carry was Matt Breda for about 3 to 4 yards. It's going to be a very short 3rd and 2.
They're keeping us honest here. Singletary to start the drive. Zach Moss comes in. Matt Breda comes in. Josh Allen gets a carry. 4 different ball carriers here on this drive for Buffalo. And McGee's exactly right. They're taking a blueprint out of New England's opening first quarter drives. Run. Getting different guys involved. Although we've seen a couple passes, you're seeing a lot more running here.
3rd and 2, handoff up the middle, and bullying his way for the first down. The Patriots think that they stopped him, but it looks like that Moss was able to fight his way through for the first down, and they will give him the first down yardage.
And you could see that on hard runs on NFL Network. It looks like Zach Moss got that one, boom, lowered his shoulder, gets a couple yards, gets enough for the first. To me, that was an easy first. I'm not sure what New England's defense was complaining about. Good job by Buffalo. On 3rd down, you see them copying a New England type play.
They're showing now that the gusts of wind are up to 55 miles an hour at times. Here's the 1st and 10, and it is a handoff to Moss once again. He is stifled at the line for maybe a half-yard gain, and it's 2nd down.
And now you're seeing why Zach Moss is a late minute active, right? A couple wide receivers go inactive because of this wind, 55 miles an hour. You're not going to be throw happy. Instead, Buffalo puts 2 wide receivers on the inactive list, calls up Zach Moss. He's had a couple runs here early on, nothing too effective, but the fact that he just gets touches on the ball, that's what Buffalo needed today.
2nd and 9, 6:38 on the clock. Bills going into the wind, sitting on the Patriots 39-yard line, shotgun formation, and they've stopped the play. It appears there might have been a flag on the play, and there is a flag. I believe that was a delay of game on the Bills, and that's going to make it a very difficult 3rd and long.
And head coach McDermott's pretty irate here. He's yelling at the ref. Delay a game. Let's see. Play clock down to 2. Play clock down to 1. Ooh,
excuse me. It's a 2nd and long. Excuse me. 2nd and 14.
That's one of those simultaneous ones where it clicks to 0. It's really up to the officiating crew. We see that one go either way.
So here we go. Shotgun formation, 44-yard line of New England. And Allen drops back. He tries to take off, and he is swallowed up and sacked for a 5-yard loss. It is now 3rd and long for the Bills.
And the big fella there for New England, number 95, said, I haven't ate my dinner yet, so Josh Allen, give me you. Daniel Ukele, Washington State, 4th-year man, flopping his arms around, takes Josh Allen to the ground, eats him for dinner. Good play by the big fella on the Patriots.
3rd and 19 with the wind in your face. What do you expect them to dial up here?
I'd look for him to go to the tight end here, Mac.
Shotgun formation. Allen takes off, and he is going to run down the right side. He fires it down the right side of the field. He throws a perfect pass, but it's dropped by Dawson Knox down at the 23-yard line. And incomplete, 4th down.
So they did look for the tight end there, and you could see another drop by Dawson Knox. I don't know if it alludes to his early season injury, these drops, or if he's just having a tough time adjusting with the weather. These both look like very catchable balls. Good play by New England. Phillips there late, but still, Knox has to have that one. They did what we said. Look for the tight end, just not enough to get the job done there.
Pass was a little bit behind Knox. He was falling down against his momentum, but I'm with you. He probably should have had that. He'd probably tell you the same. 4th and 19. Here's the punt, and the ball is kicked high and deep, and it will die at the 15-yard line. New England will have the ball when we come back. 1st and 10 for Mac Jones and the Patriots.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Nat. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown. Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car that dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back to Monday Night Football in Orchard Park, where the wind is gusting at 55 miles an hour. Tones, would you love to be sitting right there right now?
It is football weather, but keep me at home in this one. That's why we're announcing this thing and not at this thing. Man, oh man, wrap me up in a fur coat and I'd look like one of those snowmen on the TV.
As an old Florida boy, I wouldn't even get on the damn plane. I can guarantee you that.
I'm looking down. I'll be on a plane this Friday heading to Florida. I can't wait to get out of the Chicago cold for a couple of days. Man, oh man.
I bet. So the New England Patriots will take over, and about 5 minutes left here in the first quarter. They lead 11-7, 8-4 in the AFC East. The Bills hot on their tail at 7-4. Here's the I formation handoff to Harris, and Harris is dropped for a 3-yard loss as the Buffalo defense swallows them up.
Big number 96, Basham Jr. just gets back there, gets in his face and says, you ain't getting it this time. New England's had a couple of big chunk runs tonight. Nothing there. Good job by Buffalo trying to find an answer on defense for this ground game. They do a nice job there.
Good old-fashioned street fight here in Buffalo. And 2nd and 12, 4:36 left on the clock. The Patriots I formation set, and there is a flag. It looks like it's going to be called down. So most likely on the offense, we'll see what they call. And no, it was a timeout, but the flag was thrown.
It looks like, yeah, flag was thrown, but it looks like a little chippiness after the play too. Bills linebacker shoving the running back a little bit, Tyrell Dodson. No love lost here in this one, but Bills coach, man, he is angry tonight.
Sean McDermott is raising $300 worth of hell with the referees because he feels like they did not get the timeout in time. So they did give him the timeout. So we will sit here with you as it's going to be a quick time. It looks like one of those 30-second ones. So it's going to be 2nd and 12, 4:31 left in the game. And New England Patriots leading this game mainly off the long run by Damian Harris. If you missed it earlier, 64-yard scamper to the end zone. So here comes 2nd and 12, single back formation, double tight end set on the left-hand side of the line. Mac Jones sets up a audible, and it's student body left to the left-hand side, and Damian Harris is rocked for a 5-yard loss, and the Bills defense is swarming in Orchard Park.
And I don't like that call there. I know they've been running, and it's been successful, but the halfback toss there, why do that? You've been running fine up the middle. This Bills defense is quick. Micah Hyde gets outside there. The captain of this D finds his man one-on-one, makes a tackle in the open field. Should go up the middle there. Now you got a 3rd and forever. Not many options left here but to run it.
Nowhere to go on a good old-fashioned jailbreak. 3rd and 16. The wind, and it's going to be a handoff up the middle. They play it safe, and Bolden scampers up the left-hand side, gets pushed out of bounds at the 20-yard line. It'll be 4th and long with 3:43 left on the clock.
If they didn't have so many negative running plays that drive, that could have been a 1st down run right there. Good job by Bolden getting his head down and getting some yardage, but Buffalo kind of gave him that. You see McDermott fired up on the sideline. Let's see if Bills could do something right before the half here, trailing by 4. New England's going to want to stop him here and try and get one last crack at it when they have the wind to their advantage.
3:16 left on the clock, 4th and 6, and punt formation for the Patriots as they get the kickoff, and it is away, and it is deep, and they get a friendly bounce. It's going to roll out of bounds at the 34-yard line of Buffalo. The Bills get the ball when we come back. They trail by 4 with 3 minutes left in the second.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. Bills, Patriots, Ariola and McGee on the call here as we get you caught up on the National Hockey League real quick. Avalanche lead the Flyers 5-4 in the third. Ducks tied with the Caps in the third at 3 apiece. Senators and Devils tied at 2. And the Coyotes trailed the Stars 1-0. They're just getting going in the first period.
Busy night on the ice.
Pretty busy night on the ice. We'll get you the NBA scores a little later, as all the winter sports are starting to really get rolling here. And in women's college soccer, they're in the second half. BYU and Florida State are still tied. Shotgun formation for the Bills, and they're saying it feels like 23 degrees there, 25 to 35 mile an hour winds, 55 mile an hour gusts. Shotgun formation for the Bills, 2nd and 9. He fires it over to the right-hand side. I believe that was Davis again with the catch. No, this time it was Diggs for about a 5-yard gain.
Pick your poison tonight, Diggs or Davis. We know which two guys Allen's looking at, especially with the reliability of Dawson Knox. Don't expect him to rush one here before the 2 minutes.
3rd and 3, just before the 2-minute warning, and they will let the clock expire, taking it to 2 minutes. We're going to go ahead and stay here on that 2-minute warning break and talk a little bit about what's going on in the National Football League in general. Take a look at week number 13 that was, and some of the bigger games. Let me get your take on this. Yesterday, to everyone's surprise, Baltimore down 1. They go for 2 to try to get the W on the road in Pittsburgh. What did you see on that play?
I didn't like going for 2 there. I know some people and analytic guys, as Mike Tomlin referenced in his post-game press conference, Baltimore's full of them, say go for 2 there. And although it could have worked, Lamar could have put touch on it, but that's not the point. The point is, to me, you kick the extra point, you go into overtime, you clearly have a better offense than Pittsburgh. All it takes is to get the ball first, go down and get at least 3 points, and then hold them. I don't like it there. To me, you get that exciting touchdown, you send the game into overtime, you see what happens. You'd even rather have a tie than a loss there. That was a little alarming of a call there to me. What do you think there? I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. I know you could win the game there in theory, but we've seen what happened. It ended up costing him a W or a chance at a tie, perhaps. I don't hate it. I don't know if I would do it in the playoffs. I'll put it that way. And if you're not going to do it in the playoffs, should you do it in a regular season game? But we'll say this: the Ravens had the perfect play called. Andrews was wide open in the flat. He was. Lamar Jackson's got to make that pass. You got to put a little touch on that pass. I'm sorry, but that was a pathetic pass. When you're supposed to be one of the elite quarterbacks in the National Football League, and you can't hit that little route. I mean, he's wide open. You've got to hit that. You got to hit that play. You got to make it a little touch pass. Yep. Andrews, and you could tell Andrews tried to tip it to himself, but it was a little out of his reach to even try and do that. He was wide open. Nice route ran, nice play design, just poor execution on Lamar's behalf, and he overthrew him. All right, we're back from the 2-minute warning. As we get set here, the Bills will have the ball at their own 41-yard line on a 3rd and 3. New England 2 timeouts. Buffalo has all 3 of their timeouts. We'll see what Buffalo decides to do here. They are in shotgun formation. 3rd and 3 from their own 41. And Patriots showing pressure. Here they come. And the pass out in the flat, and it's knocked down. Wow. And he was, I think, finally tonight he was looking at Cole Beasley, but was that Matt Judon who said, jumped up like Superman and almost deflected it through the field goal post? It went so far back. What a play. Oh, Judon applied the pressure. Somebody else was a SWAT man, but good play by New England. The hammer. Yeah. Josh Allen doesn't want to get up after that one. He's going to be feeling that one in the morning. So 4th and 3. Minute 56 on the clock. Ball at the 41 of Buffalo. They'll punt it, kick it away high and deep, and it is caught. Fair caught at the 25-yard line by the Patriots, and New England will take over right there. They are going to stay right here, so will we.
We'll get you caught up on a couple other things going on in the National Football League yesterday. Buccaneers 30-17 winners over the Falcons. Dolphins 20, Giants 9. Colts pounded the Texans 31-0. And the Rams did Ram type things to the Jaguars 37-7. And the Cardinals continue to look like the best team in football, winning 33-22 on the road.
Did you hear Urban Meyer's comments today about James Robinson's usage? James Robinson had 5 carries in the game, and Urban Meyer tried to blame it on not trying to injure him. But 2 of those carries came in the fourth quarter when they were down 30 with only a couple minutes left.
Let's be honest. Urban Meyer's probably on a flight to Oregon right now to hunt houses. Here we go. 1st and 10, I formation for the Patriots. 1:48 left on the clock, and it is a handoff up the gap to Harris, and Harris rumbles out to the 42-yard line, eating straight up the middle, and good chunky yards by the Patriots.
And I will say the Alabama running back product is having a good night. Harris continues to slash and dash, and kudos to the Patriots who are not getting off their game here. Josh McDaniel, Bill Belichick buckling down with the run game. Good outcome there.
I formation 1st and 10, and Harris is dropped on the right-hand side for a gain of about 1. He gets up and he's limping a little bit. He's calling for himself to get pulled out of the game, running over the sidelines. He's running at a pretty good clip. So I don't know if I doubt that it's serious, but he is coming out of the game. 54 seconds left. The clock continues to tick down. Patriots, I formation from the 44-yard line of New England, and they run it up the middle again. This time looks like it was Stevenson, and he will get stood up for little or no gain.
And it looks like they tried to do what they've been doing a lot tonight and follow Jacob Johnson, fullback number 47. And it just didn't work out this time. Johnson was the lead man. You see this replay of Harris, but that time Johnson didn't get the block down, and you see it result in little to no gain for Stevenson.
So here we go. Looks like Harris is heading to the locker room, but that might just be because the half is almost over and they need to go look at him. So we've got.
That's something to monitor.
Sure is. Damian Harris already with 89 yards rushing on 9 carries, that long 64-yard touchdown run. They show him heading to the locker room. And we've got 34 seconds after the Patriots timeout. It's 3rd and 7. And here's the handoff up the middle, and it will be rumbled up by Stevenson down to the 50-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards short.
And if I'm New England, I go for it here on 4th down because Buffalo will have a hard time trying to kick this field goal. They're going against the wind. Worst comes to worst, Buffalo gets the ball back on. Oh, and it looks like the time is running here, but someone finally calls a timeout with 7 seconds left. Let's see who calls it. Buffalo, it looks like, calls one. Yeah, I'm going for it here if I'm New England with 7 seconds. Try and get lucky. I don't think Buffalo could do much with the wind against him, and they'd have, 2 or 3 seconds left if they do get it back.
Patriots do have the lead 11-7. They have the wind at their back. Could they possibly just throw a Hail Mary?
That's what I would maybe consider here. I'd either try a Hail Mary here, or I'd try about a 15 or 16 yard out, try and have 1 second left on the clock and do a field goal. Either way, Buffalo shouldn't have time left at the end of this. So we'll see what happens. Hail Mary wouldn't be a bad option as you do get some win with you. We'll see if Bill even goes for it here, though. It looks
like the kicking team is rushing out onto the field.
Yep. You could tell by Chase Winovich's golden locks flowing in the wind.
So the Patriots will elect a punt, which will probably just about burn the clock out. He gets it high into the air. We'll see how much time gets taken off here.
Why wouldn't you throw a Hail Mary?
I honestly think they were planning on that until the timeout was called by Buffalo. They were going to get it down to 2 or 3 seconds, call their own timeout, and then throw the Hail Mary. So here we go. Punt formation for the Patriots, and they high booming kick in with the wind at their back, and the ball's going to roll all the way down to the 5-yard line. And that'll do it. That'll take us to the half. The New England Patriots lead 11-7. We'll be back for the second half in just a few minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll come back and talk about the second half before it gets going here. You're listening to Monday Night Football with Areola and McGee. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
He's probably from a
promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember,
If for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown, okay? I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I had the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back. Tones Areola, we got an 11-7 ball game. What have you seen so far?
I've seen a lot of what we expected, a lot of rushing attempts. You've seen Damian Harris with 9, Ramondre Stevenson with 8, Bolden had 3, Aguilar had 1, Jonnu Smith had 1, and Mac Jones had 1 pass attempt in the first half. 1 pass attempt, according to ESPN. That is the lowest in the first half in the last 30 years, or in at least 30 years. So who knows how long that really is. But 1 pass attempt by Mac Jones. I really hope nobody has him starting in fantasy tonight. Then in Buffalo, you see them trying to throw a little bit. Gabriel Davis, Stephon Diggs came on nicely, and you heard us before the game say this is a playoff type stretch for them. Weather could actually be worse when the playoff comes for them in their home stadium, at least, but they have not done much to impress. I know it's going to be hard, but with their playoff like stretch coming up, they got a couple tough games. They got to prove that they could win a big one, and they got to go out in the second half. They got to make some adjustments. They got to get something going here. 7 points ain't going to beat this Patriots team, and I'll tell you what, 14 points isn't probably going to beat them either. Dawson Knox has to reach down deep inside. He had a couple big drops, although some passes could have been a little more on the money. But Buffalo has to make some adjustments, try and get some points on the board before New England tries to shorten the game, continue to shrink the clock, get Stevenson, Bolden, and Harris involved, and really try and just run this thing into the ground.
Let's go ahead and get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. I figure this would be a good time to look at some of the playoff races as we are coming down the back stretch. Look, if you're looking at this in terms of chunks of the season. Most teams have played somewhere between 12 to 13 of their 17 games they'll play this year. So we're essentially heading to the fourth quarter of the season. And looking at some of the standings, where do you want to start first?
Let's start in the AFC.
All right, well then let's go ahead and do the AFC East, since it is Patriots and Bills going right now. They're 7-4. The Bills, the Patriots are 8-4. So they have a half game lead. Now, obviously, Buffalo still has one more game to play than what New England does. And New England's heading to a bye after this game. If I believe all the byes will actually be, excuse me, all the byes will come to an end after next week. So we'll be done with the byes, I believe. And you're going to have this game and then one more matchup between the Bills and the Patriots. That game will be in Foxborough the day after Christmas at 1:00 Eastern. And looking at that division, now, if they split, it's kind of much ado about nothing, but it should be paid attention to. The Patriots have already lost a division game. They lost to the Dolphins the very first game of the season, whereas the Bills are undefeated in the division so far. So realistically, this is a much bigger game for New England than it is Buffalo.
Yeah, especially because you look at the two schedules, and New England, they still have to play Indy and Miami outside of their Buffalo rematch. The only hard game for Buffalo outside of their New England rematch is at Tampa. Other than that, they have home against Carolina, home against Atlanta, and home against the New York Jets. So you figure that's 3 wins, and nothing's easy in this National Football League, but those are 3 winnable games for the Bills. So they have one more winnable game than the Patriots do. Patriots winnable games against Jacksonville. But other than that, at Miami, at Indy, home against Buffalo, their schedule's much tougher. As you alluded to, this is big for New England. If New England wins this one, moves up to 9 wins, Buffalo falls to 7-5, then they're at Tampa this week. That's a huge swing for New England.
Yeah, and then once again, Buffalo would like to hold serve at home, knowing that they have a road date in front of them going into Foxborough. So you can look at it either way, but this is a big game across the board in the AFC. Look at the AFC North. You got the Ravens at 8-4, Bengals 7-5, Steelers 6-5-1, and the Browns at 6-6. That division is going to be an absolute mess down the stretch. Who do you like coming out of that division right now?
Well, it's funny, and football fans kind of have a treat because this season, that division and the AFC West line up playing each other. So all those 8 teams fighting for the playoffs, they're not only going to be playing their division opponents, but they're going to be playing each other from here on out. So they're going to be beating the snot out of each other. I ultimately still end up liking Baltimore out of that division. I know they struggled at times this year. They lost on the road to Miami and Pittsburgh. At the end of the day, all those teams have notable losses. So Bengals lost to the Bears and Jets. Steelers tied the Lions. Browns have been the Browns. They should have lost to the Lions. You've seen each of those teams play down to their comp. I ultimately like Baltimore coming out on top, figuring things out a little bit, and hopefully righting the ship.
I'm going to lean with the Bengals, but I don't believe in it that wholeheartedly. They've got the 49ers coming up. They're going to play the Broncos after that. Then they get a tough couple of dates at home against Baltimore and the Chiefs. If they can win the Baltimore game, to heck with the Chiefs. Don't worry about the Chiefs. They can win that Baltimore game. That could be for the division. Pittsburgh, they played a great game on Sunday, but they've got a pretty tough schedule, and I just don't believe in that team this year.
No, they got injuries too that have haunted him. Juju Smith out for the year. Claypool's missed a couple games. Offensive lineman, a little banged up. Pittsburgh is banged up, and that doesn't help, especially in that tough of a division. And I just don't like Cleveland this year. Baker Mayfield doesn't seem to have it.
Well, we are coming up and getting ready for the third quarter. Looks like we're almost ready for the kickoff. So away we go, and New England bangs it deep into the wind, but it rolls into the end zone as Buffalo didn't look prepared on that play.
Yeah, Buffalo didn't look prepared on that one at all, and it'll be interesting to see how they come out of the locker room. They do have the ball first. They are down 4, so field goal, they're still trailing. You're going to want to see them get in the end zone or at least try here. I imagine a pass-happy half.
Here we go. 1st and 10, 15 minutes left here in the third quarter as it begins. Sitting on the 25-yard line is Buffalo. Wind at their back and shotgun formation. Josh Allen fires it across, and it is caught by Cole Beasley. He is pushed out of bounds, and he will have enough for the first down.
And now you see him targeting Beasley a little more. You seen right before the half on that swatted ball that was targeted to Beasley. Now Beasley comes in with the big catch here. Allen's looking to get Beasley involved. That seems to be his trustable wide receiver.
Cole Beasley may play a big part here along with Sanders as they are the go-to underneath guys. Shotgun formation, 1st and 10. The handoff is up the gut, and the Bills line pushes it forward for about a 4-yard gain for Singletary.
And you just see those big men get down and dirty for Buffalo. Their offensive line is very serviceable. They got Mitch Morse up front, Ike Botger up front. Those two big boys did some work there.
Damian Harris is coming jogging out of the locker room, so it looks like he's going to try to give it a go. I believe it was a hamstring injury. And shotgun formation, Josh Allen fires it across. It's knocked down. Dangerous pass. Dangerous pass that was almost possibly could have been picked off there by the Patriots.
It surely could have been picked off. Jalen Mills there, the LSU veteran, just almost comes swarming up. Good play there. Could have been a little more, but Emmanuel Sanders got outdueled there by a bad throw.
So 3rd and 5. And shotgun set, fire over the side. And J.C. Jackson almost picks it off. Butterfingers drops it on the ground. I guess that's why he is a defensive back and not a wide receiver, but it will be 4th and 5.
And J.C. Jackson, nice little play there, gets a hand, swats it down, looks at himself, knows all the green that's in front of him, wishes he could have came up with the pick there. And instead, it's a good play, and they still force Buffalo to punt. Good opening statement by this Pats defense.
That would have been 6 for sure.
Oh, correct. It would have. There was a heck of a lot of green in front of him.
Punt formation for the Bills from their own 40. Wind at their back. And here's the snap. And the punt is drilled high and deep. And that thing is going to go flying into the back of the end zone. So the New England Patriots will get the touchback. And when we come back, they will set up shop at their own 20-yard line. You're listening to Monday Night Football here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Keep it locked in here. We'll be bringing you the game all night long. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football, year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Monday Night Football, Bills and Patriots, 11-7. We will be bringing you 49ers and Titans Thursday, December 23rd. Should be a big playoff implications there, as 49ers will be heading to Nashville. Game is only available on NFL Network. We will bring it to you live here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube.
I'm going to have my Santa hat on and my candy cane out for that one.
Shotgun, I formation for the Patriots on 1st and 10 from their own 20, and they hammer it up the middle. Short gain, we'll call it maybe 2.5 to 3 yards for the Patriots, as they just kind of run into the line there. I believe that was Stevenson.
Yes, it looked like it was, and they tried to run behind their big man there. No luck there, so we'll see what happens here. David Andrews tried to lead the way, their big center from Georgia. Gain of 4, not bad on first down, but they look for a little more here, like the first half, those big plays.
Second and 6, as the Mac Jones is under center and single back formation. And Jones hands it off to Stevenson once again. He plows and twists and turns and spins his way all the way to a first down across the 30-yard line.
You see Ramondre Stevenson running tough there, up the middle, breaking tackles left and right. Andrews doing the dirty work once again, cleaning up the blocks, lands on top of Stevenson. This New England offense, that's what I was talking about. Big run. You see one there from Stevenson for the first. Great job.
1st and 10, New England, right past their own 30-yard line, single back formation with Stevenson, Henry, Bourne, Myers, and here's the handoff, and the handoff looks like it goes off the left-hand side to Kendrick Bourne, and it is a gain of about 3 yards.
And we're getting a Let's Go Patriots chat in the group chat for My Sweet Tooth, and he might be happy to see Kendrick Bourne involvement there, as he's a big play threat for New England. No avail there, but nonetheless, they do get him involved, and we'll see if they could try and get a little more here on second down to set up a 3rd and short.
2nd and 7, single back formation. Handoff is down the left side, right side, and it is Stevenson. He rumbles all the way down to midfield, but there is a flag on the play.
Oh, and it looks like holding is a call by Bill Vinovich, and that's on Jonnu Smith, one of their big free agent tight end acquisitions. Let's see, 81 here. You see him try and get out there on the block. He's the lead block there on the play. It looks like he just barely grabs him, man. Oh, he puts his arm up. He's looking at the ref. He's aggravated. He kind of knew it right away, but at the same time, that's a ticky-tack call. I'm not so sure there.
So regardless, it's going to be 2nd and 17 as New England leading 11-7 from their 24-yard line. It's a toss pitch and cut back by Stevenson. He's going to try to dive back into the inside, and he'll gain about 4 yards, bringing up 3rd and 13.
And we've seen 14 throws combined in this game. Mac Jones is one of those. We're up to almost 30 carries now for this Patriots team. It looks like Harris is out because he hasn't been back yet. So Stevenson and Bolden are going to be leading this backfield in the second half, along with Smith and Bourne. They've been getting carries as well. It's interesting to see this Patriots team.
10:42 left here in the third quarter, and it is a handoff up the middle to Stevenson once again. He gets little or no gain, and it's going to be 4th and long, and the punting team will come out.
Big Phillips up the middle there. He just gets around his block. That's Andrews on the block. He swim moves Andrews, runs down the running back, gets him to the ground. What a play by Phillips. That's why they love this man in Buffalo. He makes it look easy, makes the big offensive lineman flail to the ground, and tracks down the running back for a short gain.
4th and 12 from the 27-yard line as the ball rolls away. So they'll reset and try to get this together. You know, one thing to notice, New England made sure that they are going to have the wind at their back in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, that's a good point there. And you see their punter with the wind, 46 yards per punt, against the wind, 23 yards per punt. So just little things like that, McGee. Belichick knows what he's doing in terms of what quarter he has the ball and where he's going with it.
Punt formation, there's a flag down. We'll go ahead and sort out the mess here. Looks like it's going to be a false start on the kicking team. So we'll do it again 5 yards back, and that'll be about 4th and about 17, I believe.
Yeah, 4th and 17, not a good spot at all. You see there just a little bit of a false start. New England thought it was against Buffalo. That's one of the old cases. He said, she said, ends up being a false start. New England gets pushed back even more.
So New England punting into the wind. Their punter has not had good success so far in this game kicking into the wind. We'll see what he can do here from his own 23-yard line. And here's the punt. He kicks it high, and it gets punched down by the wind, drops down. They're going to get a friendly roll down to the Buffalo 37-yard line. All in all, not too bad of a kick. We're going to head to break. When we come back, the Bills have the ball, 9 minutes left in the 3rd, and they're very close to midfield. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern, Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. New England leads it 11-7 over Buffalo, and the Bills are getting the ball back. They'll get the ball back at their own 37-yard line. We'll get scoreboard pulled up for you here in 1 second. Big time game for the AFC East. 9:15 left here in the 3rd quarter. Wind chill is 22 degrees Gusts of wind up to 55 miles an hour. The wind has been a steady 35 to 25 miles an hour. Very difficult conditions to pass tonight. Shotgun formation for the Bills, and Josh Allen takes that and fires it over the middle. He gets it down to Emmanuel Sanders, and he rumbles all the way down to the 44-yard line of New England.
Nice strike there for Buffalo. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Emmanuel Sanders with a nice little over the middle route for about 15 yards there. Buffalo's now looking to capitalize here. They're going to keep passing, it looks like, even though the wind is playing a factor, but they are going with it.
Bills shotgun formation from the 44-yard line. Josh Allen looks deep. He fires it like a cannon down the sidelines. Just falls incomplete. Out of the outstretched arms of Stephon Diggs, he shot his shot and just missed it.
Whoa, Nelly. Diggs gets by both defenders there. McCourty looking at the back of Diggs. The quarterback looking at the back of Diggs. Josh Allen thinks he has one. He just misses him. Diggs outstretches the arms, doesn't lay out for it, falls up just short. Could have been 6 there for Buffalo.
That ball hit him in the arms. I just think he lost it. I don't think he put. So 2nd and 10, shotgun formation from the New England 44-yard line, and the handoff is up the middle, and I believe that was Moss. Moss gains about 2 yards. It'll be 3rd and long.
Yeah, and it did look like Diggs may have lost it there. It looked like it was a connection at first into the back of the end zone. When it was all said and done, that thing fell incomplete. Allen went back with it, had plenty of time, reared back, fired deep. Diggs just seen, off his right hand. It was in his hands, just not able to come down with it. Diggs will look back at that one and shake his head.
Shotgun formation, 7:53 left in the 3rd quarter. Bills trail by 4. Here's the snap, and under duress, Allen scrambles off to the right-hand side. He's going to run for it, and does he get it? He's really close to a 1st down. Looks like he might have with the outstretched arm. Will they give him the spot will be the question. There's also see what happened here.
I'm shocked there was no holding on that one. I really thought there was holding.
Looks like they're calling a flag, and that is a ticky-tack personal foul flag. Barely pushing Allen, who is stretching his arm over trying to get the 1st down. And at some point, you got to let the defender defend the field.
Yeah, and that's a terrible call right there. Terrible call. Josh Allen's going for the 1st down. What's the defender supposed to do? Let him get the 1st down. Meanwhile, Bill Vignovich's crew misses a blatant holding call, and they're going to call this one. Just not a good sequence of events for these referees. Josh Allen, if the defender's not there, Josh Allen might go for the 1st down a little harder. It might have easily gotten it here. He wouldn't have been just short. That one hurts Buffalo or New England.
20-yard line, shotgun formation for the Buffalo Bills as they do a trip set over to the left-hand side. Single back set in the backfield. The handoff is to Moss. He takes it up the middle and gains about 3 yards before he is stacked up and pushed back. It'll be 2nd and 7.
And now you're just starting to see these Patriots guys swarm. They're playing a little pissed off and angry now. They know they've gotten cheated on one. They don't want this Buffalo offense to get in the end zone based off the ref's jurisdiction here. They're going to do everything they can to hold them to a field goal and bend but don't break.
Patriots 11, Buffalo 7. 7 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter. Shotgun formation on 2nd and 7 from the 17-yard line of New England. Here's a play action pass. Allen fires it over the middle and throws it high and wide. Davis was the intended target, and it's going to be 3rd and 7.
And now you're seeing Buffalo. They continue to throw the ball. Looked like they had a man over the middle, but his safety was underneath there, waiting if that route developed a little more. Belichick is yelling at the refs now. We're seeing a whole lot of coaches yelling. Belichick is really yelling at this official.
Not sure what he is upset about. You rarely see him lose his cool, but he is frozen. Here's 3rd and 7 shotgun formation. Josh Allen scrambles for his life. He fires it over to the right side of the sidelines, and the ball is going to skip away, incomplete. Cole Beasley. Wow. It'll be 4th and 7, bringing Tyler Bass on to kick the field goal.
Yeah, and it looked like Buffalo was a little hesitant there, a little late field goal trot out. Now Bass finally trots out, but McDermott thought about it for sure as it's a 4-point game, ultimately decides to bring Bass out here and try and make it a 1-point game.
Tyler Bass, 15 of 15 from field goals inside the 40. 4th and 7 here with 6:40 left in the third. Here's the snap. It's up. It'll skip right through the uprights, just curling inside. And just like that, Buffalo has made this a 1-point game. We'll head to break. When we come back, Buffalo will be kicking off to New England, trailing by 1.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, Ludo, Raiders, Omaha, come out.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. The New England Patriots lead 11-10 over the Buffalo Bills, who are set to kick off. 6:35 left here in the third quarter.
It's a cold one here in Orchard Park.
Gusts up to 55 miles an hour. Here's the kickoff that has to be held. And that ball is banged all the way to the back of the end zone. So that'll set up a New England Patriots drive from their own 25-yard line. They've got the wind in their face for the next 6 minutes and 35 seconds.
Just a little over.
See a pass.
Yeah, just a little over 21 minutes left, Mac. Over under 1.5 more passes from New England in this one. What do you think?
In the game or in the quarter? Because I think in the quarter they're going to keep it on the ground because they've had so much success on the ground. And it looks like Damian Harris is coming back into the game, so we'll see if we can keep that hamstring in one piece. I formation. Ball is handed off to Harris on the right-hand side. He's going up the right-hand side. He's coming up gimpy and limping out of bounds. That might be that hamstring again.
There's a really nice block here by someone on New England. You see him just fly out of nowhere and wham someone. And that was offensive lineman, right? We called his name early and often tonight. That's big number 60 right up the middle there for this Patriots team. David Andrews gets the best of a Bills defender there, pancakes him.
Credit to Harris. He was limping that entire run, but he kept the good fight up. Here comes the I formation set. This time it's Stevenson off the left-hand side, off the tackle, and he is going to power his way for about an 11-yard gain and another first down for the Patriots.
And this is classic Bill Belichick, right? Other coaches are playing chess and he's playing checkers. It's like he just knows what he's doing. He's just developing strategies. He's just running down their throat. He's not even passing the football and still finding ways to get it done with Ramondre Stevenson and Damian Harris, although gimpy.
I formation from the 42-yard line of Buffalo. New England sets up 1st and 10, 5:20 on the clock. And here's student body left to Stevenson one more time, and he is going to power his way for a 7-yard gain.
Ramondre Stevenson continues to power, continues to put his head down. He's looked like a nice little mid-round rookie pick up for the Patriots here. You know, they love their running backs. He fits right in here. He fits their mold. He lowers his shoulder, gets a nice gain there. New England looks to keep churning not only the clock, but the field as well.
4:44 left here in the third quarter, and the handoff is to Stevenson once again. This time he's dropped behind the line, and it'll be a 3rd and 5 coming up.
And you got to credit Buffalo's defense there. They just swarmed the ball carrier. That's a lot of big bodies there for Buffalo to bring down the ball carrier. They're a good job at Buffalo to get him behind the line, get him before he starts to get churning. And Greg Russo really had a big play there.
4:08 left on the clock here, 3rd and 5, as the Patriots set up once again. It's Mac Jones running it up the gut with a quarterback sneak on 3rd and 5. He got really close. I don't think he got it, but he's made it a manageable 4th and about less than a yard.
Oh, Nelly. And I would give the ball here to short yard situation. They haven't done it yet. Jacob Johnson, fullback, turn it around, short burst, give it to him. You don't even need a full yard, it looks like, and you move the chains here. So we'll see what happens. I'd give it to Jacob Johnson, the big fullback, but nonetheless, New England, nice play call there with Mac Jones, sets him up in a very manageable spot here.
Taking a page out of Tom Brady's book.
He sure is
one of the greatest to ever do it on the quarterback sneak. Here we go, 4th and 1, and he's going to try to sneak it again. And this time, I don't know if he got it. It's going to be close. See where they actually spot the ball, and they're giving him the first down, it looks like.
And Mac Jones is.
Oh, he got much further than I thought he did.
Yeah, Mac Jones somehow squirted out of that pile a couple yards past the first down. He's fighting tough, running behind their center, Andrews. You see Jacob Johnson behind him, Ramondre Stevenson behind him. The cavalry joins the push. They come from behind and help him out.
First and 10, and handoff to the right side. Everyone stop. I believe the whistle was blown. Maybe there's a timeout called. So I do not see any laundry on the field. See what happened here. The Bills appeared to be a little in disarray right before the snap. If you looked over the center, we'll see what happened here.
Maybe they're challenging.
Maybe they are challenging.
Although I don't know
how you're going to be able to figure out that scrum.
Yeah, I don't know if you're really going to be able to overturn that when you really can't see or
You're
get
gonna
a good
have a
look.
body cam to figure that one out. I mean, my God, there's nothing but big uglies.
Yeah, you got big defensive linemen bumping big offensive linemen. You got the fullback and running back coming up. You got the safeties involved. You got a lot of bodies in there. I think it's nearly impossible. I don't know if it's even worth the challenge here. He might not have gotten it, but you really can't tell from the replay at all. I'd really, really, really be shocked if the refs.
When you see the replay, he's getting up about 2 to 3 yards past the marker. But it's really hard to figure out how he got there unless there's another camera angle. It looks like a good old fashioned rugby scrum, to be honest with you. And they are taking a look at it. They're going to go to break. We're going to go ahead and hit the scoreboard while we'll wait for them to come back from break. By the way, Florida State BYU national championship soccer match for the women's. It is in a deadlock 0-0 tie, and they are in overtime.
Wow.
And in fact, as I'm saying that, BYU just had a very good shot on goal. It's an incredible save by the Florida State goalie. So let's go ahead and get you to the NBA scoreboard. We haven't done that today. And right now, the Grizzlies top the Heat 105-90. Magic are out in Golden State taking on the Warriors. They have an early 14-11 lead. Bucks 112-104 winners over the Cavs, and the Suns and Spurs are at the half. Spurs trail by 3. Clippers and Trailblazers just got underway. It's 9-8 LA. Earlier tonight, 76ers win in overtime over Charlotte. The Thunder beat the Pistons 114-103. Pacers 116-110 winners over the Wizards. Bulls 109-97 over the Nuggets, and the Hawks beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 121-110. Really busy night in both hockey and the NBA. You'd think that they would have more games on Tuesday and Wednesday, etc., and less games going up against Monday Night Football.
Yeah, you think so there, but I guess that they don't really consider Monday Night Football too much into their schedule making, since it's such long seasons. But at the end of the day, many of those games can't be getting too highly of ratings, especially with this awesome matchup we got here.
We're coming back, and they are giving the ruling on the field by the body language of McDermott. I don't believe that they are going to overturn it, and they will not. The ruling will stand. Play stands as called. I guess McDermott thought it was worth the shot. Now he's trying to give an earful to the sideline ref, and the sideline ref's like, dude, let's just be honest. That was a dumb call to try to overturn. You had absolutely no look of it from the sideline view. Like I said, unless they had a body cam on Mac Jones, I don't know how they would figure that thing out.
You had about 11 or 12 NFL players bundled up into one pile, with one player with the football, ultimately coming out 2 or 3 yards ahead of the line. How he got there, we don't know, but you really can't argue that or challenge it. Yep, Buffalo did. McDermott's still not happy in this one.
So 2:29 left here in the third quarter. Patriots are driving. They're waiting to get that wind at their back. 211 yards on the ground, 34 passes, 1 rush by the Patriots. I formation set in a tight formation as it is, and the handoff is to Stevenson. He runs it up the middle for no gain, dropped quickly, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and they're just good upfront explosiveness from the Bills defense. They know what's coming at this point. Mac Jones, only 1 pass attempt. Buffalo could pretty much load the box as they please. They do it there, and they do a good job.
2 minutes left here in the third quarter, 2nd and 10, I formation. And it's a handoff to Stevenson. He's off the right-hand side. He's rumbling and churns his way all the way down to the 20-yard line for a first down.
And he is racking up carries, attempts in a big way here. He's up to 18 attempts. New England's going to rush this one 40 to 50 times when it's all said and done. We'll see if that ends up playing a toll and they get a little tired offensively, but they're doing a heck of a job right now running down this Buffalo defense.
1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. I formation, double tight end set. Handoff is to Stevenson once again, and he is going to carve his way all the way down to the 15. It's a 6-yard gain.
And Ramondre Stevenson, once again, you can't say how good of a job he's done, stepped up into the role of Damian Harris. Stevenson's a 351-yard carrier for the season in 8 games so far. He's amassing a good clip in this one to add on to that total. Look for New England to have quite a bit of runners over the 500-yard mark by the time this season's done.
2nd and 5, 40 seconds left here in the third quarter. I formation, 2 tight end set. Handoff is to Stevenson, and he's going to rumble his way all the way down to the 10-yard line, and it is a 1st down.
It looks like he had 2 or 3 defenders wrapped around him there. Stevenson just stiff-arming the defense, brutalizing him, and it looks like that will be the last touch of the third quarter, and a brilliant execution by Belichick as he has a lead heading into the favorable wind advantage at the end of the day. The wind is at his back.
7 seconds, 6 seconds. It looks like they're going to wind the clock down and go all the way down to the fourth quarter, so we will take that break with them. We're heading to the fourth quarter with a 1-point lead. 11-10, New England over the Bills. We got 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. As the Patriots are knocking on Buffalo's door, it's 1st and goal from the 10-yard. Well, maybe it's 1st and 10 from about the 10.5-yard line. Patriots lead by 1. Single back set. The wind is now at New England's back. The handoff is to Stevenson. He has stood up and dropped for about a 4-yard loss.
Yeah, and you look there, and that's really just good penetration. And it's really interesting to see New England just run. Looks like nothing's changing coming out of the gates here.
New England trying to find a way to get in the end zone and make this an 8-point game. If not, they would have to settle for a field goal. Buffalo would definitely still be in it. As we look at the replay,
punishing hit by Buffalo.
So here we go. 2nd and 13 from the 14-yard line. I formation. Stevenson is dropped again for about a 3-yard loss. Now it's going to be 3rd and forever.
And New England keeps marching in the wrong direction after a good start to the drive. A lot of good running. Now Stevenson back-to-back runs, back-to-back big losses here. Not good, not ideal for New England. Wouldn't be surprised if they did just keep it on the ground here, try and get some of that yardage back at what they lost, given that they have only thrown once with Mac Jones, and settle for the field goal attempt.
At some point, you have to put the ball in the air because they are just, once again, it's a handoff off the left-hand side. Stevenson goes up off the tackle and gains about 2 yards, but that's it. And the Patriots will bring the field goal unit out.
Yeah, and they just keep chewing up clock, keep trying to shorten this game. And now the thing is, Buffalo will be going against the wind. They're going to be thrown out of their element a little bit. Josh Allen, only 8 completions tonight. Most of those have come going with the wind. Now he has to go against it. Big field goal try here for Nick Folk. So Buffalo would have to try for the end zone.
Field goal attempt by Folk, and he kicks it up, and it knuckles its way into the uprights, and it is good. So New England takes a 14-10 lead. Unconventional way to get there, but they lead at 14-10. We head to break. We'll be back in a flash. Buffalo about to get the ball.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that?
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. 14-10 is your score. And we've got the entire fourth quarter to go here. Bills are about to get the ball back, trailing by 4 with the wind in their face. 13:01 left on the clock.
Yeah, and McGee, we're joined from France tonight. We got a guest in the chat. Hey, happy, how you doing from France? He says, hey, from France. So we're proud to be tuned in from France right now here on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Here's the kickoff, and it is a high but short kick. Buffalo gets the return, and they're going to rumble all the way out to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, and you see them talking about the My Cause, My Cleats. It looks like even the announcers partook in it. I know some coaches, all the coaches and players do, some announcers do for charities. They end up auctioning off all these cleats. All the proceeds
12:54 left in
the cleats end up going to these charities and
your score. And the Buffalo Bills set up in the shotgun formation. As Tones, your audio got kind of rubber bandy there. Hated to cut you off. I know you were talking about some good stuff. Here's the pitch over to, looks like Dawson Knox. He gets pushed over out of bounds, about 7-yard gain on first down.
Yeah, Dawson Knox finally coming down with one there, and they'll look to keep moving the ball in the right direction. But the My Cause, My Cleats, just good things for good charities. You can find these at NFLauctions.com if you want to try and win some cool game-worn, practice-worn cleats of your favorite coaches and players and put money to a good cause.
2nd and 3, 12 minutes left here in the third quarter, and the run is up the left side, and he is stopped for about a half-yard gain as the New England Patriots were sitting there waiting on that.
And it looks like here now, Buffalo, they're going to have a 3rd and short. They can either run it or play action. I maybe think play action here. You can maybe find someone open down the field.
3rd and 1 from their own 45-yard line. Single back set. Josh Allen drops back. He fires it over the middle, and Stephon Diggs makes the catch.
That's what I like to see right there out of Buffalo. We called it there, McGee. You see the play action from Josh Allen, pulls the ball down, throws it to Diggs. Nice catch by Diggs. Nice grab, comes down with it. J.C. Jackson not there, a little bit too late. And nice first down. Momentum driver for Buffalo, keeps up this good drive.
1st and 10 for Buffalo from the 45-yard line. And Allen drops back to pass. He scrambles, travels over to the left-hand side. Ball is thrown, and it is tipped just barely out of the outstretched arms of Emmanuel Sanders, and that ball was almost picked.
Yeah, and you see McCourty there hit Sanders, and then the ball almost flies into the Patriots defensive back's hands. Outstretched arms of Phillips. Dawson Knox went down. Bodies flying everywhere on that one. Looked like a WWE Royal Rumble.
2nd and 10 for Buffalo. Just past midfield. 11 minutes left here in the third, down by 4. Josh Allen drops back to pass, and he's going to take off down the right side. He knifes through the Patriots defense all the way down to, it looks like, the 23-yard line.
And here comes Josh Allen's feet. Welcome to the party. We've seen a couple big runs early on. Haven't seen much since from him. Now here he goes, gets going. And you see the pass rush just over pursuit there, opens up holes for Josh Allen. He's able to wiggle down. McCourty brings him down right around the 22, 23-yard line.
1st and 10 Buffalo from the New England 23, trailing by 4. They'd love to get this ball across the goal line and take the lead. Allen, 94 yards and a touchdown so far. Here's the handoff, and it is up the middle to Moss, and he gains about 3 yards. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Now this drive gets interesting because you're not sure with the time and the win factor, if it came down to it, would Buffalo try for the field goal, or are they only thinking about touchdown here? If they're thinking about touchdown here, I'd expect to throw in 2nd and moderate here.
2nd and 7, shotgun formation for the Bills. And Allen drops back to pass, buying time. He throws it over to Moss on the left-hand side. Moss makes the catch, push out of bounds, but not before he gets a first down. There is a flag on the play. We'll see what that is about.
I'm thinking horse collar, perhaps, on Dante Hightower. Looks like number 54 is a little unhappy.
Dante Hightower getting called for the horse collar call.
He got the first down and the penalty yard, so that's really nice job by Buffalo there. Now they're on the move to within the New England 10. You'd think Buffalo's going to try and take advantage and continue to
6-yard line.
try
Here's
to
the
keep.
handoff to Moss. He runs it up the middle, is stopped at the 5-yard line and stood up and slammed down. And it'll be 2nd and goal. Buffalo trailing 14-10. About 9 minutes left in the ball game.
Look at this clock, just keeps ticking.
New England trying to make a stand here, but you got to figure this is probably 4-down territory.
Oh, absolutely. At this point, the way this clock's motoring and spoiling as well, by the time, and it looks like they're even going to call a timeout here, Buffalo.
If you're wondering about that national championship matchup between Florida State and Brigham Young, they have gone through 2 overtimes, no score, and I believe that takes it down to penalty kicks, which is a terrible way to decide a champion. It's a timeout on the field.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that penalty kick shenanigans in any sort of championship match.
That's how Florida State lost the national championship last year, was on penalty kicks. So
feels a little short ending away to a ball game, doesn't it? Especially championship.
Yeah, it's about like deciding college football overtime on 2-point conversions.
We see that too much. That stuff is garbage as well. I couldn't agree more. That's just stupid.
A little over 8 minutes left here. 2nd and goal. The Bills line up. Josh Allen is actually under center.
Wow.
Single backs formation and play action. Nothing doing. And he is now running for his life. His offensive lineman's butt actually knocks him down. And by the time he pops back up, your boy, number 9, Judon, was all over him. It's a sack.
Wow. And you see that there. It looked like a good old fashioned hip check from his own. Josh Allen fell to the ground there a little bit. Friendly fire, gets back up. And like you said, Judon able to find him, as we see there. What a play by this Patriots defense to push Buffalo into 3rd and very long.
So here we go. Shotgun formation. Josh Allen drops back to pass. He throws it over the head of Knox, who was well covered, and it'll be 4th and goal from the 15. Josh Allen's looking for some kind of a flag. I'm not sure what he was looking for. He must have been looking for some kind of a defensive holding.
Yeah, either that or he thought
possibly he thought that they were offsides.
Yeah, I think it was offsides. I think he thought they jumped, but it doesn't look like they jumped far enough. And since the offensive line didn't react, that's not necessarily a penalty. Now, I think Buffalo is making a mistake. I think they should be going for it at this point, but we'll see.
Tyler Bass lines up for the field goal. You know, field goal really doesn't do you much good.
Nope, not at all.
I guess it gets you within 1, but the way the wind is played havoc as he is facing the wind. Here's lines up, and the ball is up and headed towards the middle of the upright, and the wind's going to push it wide to the right.
Holy cow.
Just like that, looked like almost a shank off the tee. The wind just took it. That was a good kick. That is nothing Bass did incorrectly. That was just Mother Nature kicking it past the goalpost. So the New England Patriots will get the ball back, leading by 4, 7.5 minutes left. We'll be back in a flash here on Monday Night Football.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing a new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like
Thank you for the plasma TV.
or
Thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
and
Don't use your toothbrush.
or limited time introducing
I'm still in the house.
and many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Monday Night Football. The New England Patriots lead the Buffalo Bills by 4, still 7.5 minutes. A lot of football left. And we'll take you all the way to the end. New England gets the ball on their own 23-yard line. Wind at their back. They have all three of their timeouts. Buffalo down to just one. Here's the handoff off the left-hand side in I formation, and he is going to get dropped for a 2-yard loss. It'll be second and long.
And Buffalo only having one timeout left is going to end up playing a huge factor in this game. They need 6 the rest of the way. They cannot settle for field goals after missing that field goal. New England's going to continue to run, and Mac Jones isn't going to look to pass, and we're going to see a lot of drainage.
Second and 11, and here is the play action pass, and it looks like it is a pass that is caught, and it is caught for Mac Jones's. No, it's incomplete. I'm sorry. I thought he caught it, but they're calling it incomplete. They're saying that he did not hold on to that ball. And Mac Jones' second pass of the day.
Yeah, and
third and 11.
It was a short little dart. Aguilar had his hands on it, knocked away at the last minute. Good play by the Bills.
Third and 11. Mac Jones, shotgun formation, dumps it off to Bolden. Bolden catches it and rumbles for about 3 or 4 yards, well short of the first down. So he'll have to send out the punt team. Belichick and the Patriots preserving a 4-point lead with 6.5 minutes left in the game.
Seeing at that rate, you might as well have done the old reliable and run it a couple more times, because now you got the win with you. You know this punt could be strong anyways. Might as well ran it on second down, take 40 additional seconds off the clock. Buffalo only has one timeout left. I don't know why New England threw it in the first place for that incompletion. Now they're giving it back to Buffalo.
4th and 4. New England sets it to punt. The ball is fired away. The wind to their back, and it is going to go rolling into the end zone, as just had too much mustard on it to be able to be fielded. The Bills will get the ball on their own 20. About 6 minutes left in the game, trailing by 4.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a fun one next Monday night. It looks like Rams, Cardinals. So back-to-back good Monday night games this week. New England, Buffalo. In a low-scoring affair next week, perhaps Rams, Cardinals, high-scoring affair. We'll see what approach the Bills take here. To me, they got to try and get Josh Allen scrambling, sneaking a little bit. Look for Josh Allen to use his legs more on this drive.
1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Buffalo in shotgun formation, even with the wind in their face. They're abandoning the run, looks like. And Allen drops back to pass. He fires it over the left-hand side, and a perfectly threaded needle to Diggs. Did he stay in bounds? The referee is saying yes, and he's out to the 50-yard line.
What a frozen rope there by Josh Allen to be able to rear back, get that throw on the sideline. Probably the best pass we've seen all game between both quarterbacks.
Might have been just shy of the 50, but they're out near midfield, 46-yard line, we'll call it. Wind in Buffalo's face. Josh Allen trying to fight off. Down by 4. This game is for the AFC East lead. Shotgun formation, and Allen is going to dump it off to the left side to Moss. Moss makes the catch. He is going to get corralled out of bounds. About a 5-yard game, and it's 2nd down.
And now it's interesting, too. Think all the way back to the first quarter. New England scored their first touchdown and went for 2. If they only kicked the extra point, they'd be up 13-10 right now. Buffalo now being down 4, they cannot settle for the field goal here, although we just seen him miss one. Now it's not even a possibility. They need the end zone.
2nd and 5. Allen under center. Single back formation. Here's the drop back, and he fires it over the middle. Looks like that's to Knox, and just enough for the 1st down. They move the sticks with over 4 minutes left in the game.
And now Dawson Knox getting his hands on the ball, getting some good involvement there, picking up a big 1st down for Buffalo. And they're starting to pass the ball pretty effectively, although they're going against the wind on their last drive right now. Good job by Josh Allen finding Dawson Knox.
1st and 10, shotgun formation from the 42-yard line of New England. Josh Allen, the Bills set up. Here's the snap. Scrambling off to the left-hand side. He fires it to Moss down the sidelines, and it is way off the mark, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and that's an interesting play there. Wheel route to the running back, it looks like, and a running back who hasn't been active much this year at that. And it just doesn't work out in terms of where the ball's supposed to be and where the running back's supposed to be. 2nd and long for Buffalo. You're going to see Josh Allen
2nd and 10 here from the shotgun formation. Josh Allen in a 3 wide receiver set with the tight end. And here's the snap. Handoff is to Moss. Moss runs it off down the left-hand side. He rumbles all the way down to the 25-yard line, into the 24, and it's a 1st down, Buffalo.
Good job by Devin Singletary there to get to the outside, find the explosion, and Patriots really missed an opportunity. The safety came up, missed a tackle in the backfield. Singletary found a nice hole outside. Judon had to wrap him up from behind.
Looks like Judon is hurt. As we stop play here for a second. Diggs is complaining about something. I don't know what he's the guy's complaining about everything.
Everyone's complaining tonight.
14-10 is your score. There's 3:22 left in this game. A lot of emotions on the line here as the winner of this game takes the lead for the AFC East. And Matthew Judon is on the field, and he is not getting up. And quick update. If you're wanting to know about the Women's College National Championships, your Florida State Seminoles have just won it all in extra kicks. They won it 4-3. It came down to the final kick.
Wow.
And they are brushing the field. This is I'm with you. I hate to see a sport finish like this. Remember, these girls lost the same way for the national championship game just a few months before, because the Women's College Cup was actually delayed because of the pandemic. So they played it late spring, early summer, and then they started the season up very quickly again. So they get redemption, but they've got to fix that. Win the game on the field.
Correct. Exactly. Win it fair and square. But hey, kudos to them. They had one taken from them from that rule. At least they're benefiting off of it, at least.
Their third national championship in the last 7 years, I believe.
Dynasty.
Sixth national championship appearance over the last decade plus. All right, 1st and 10, shotgun formation. Josh Allen fires it in to, is that Diggs or is that Sanders? Looks like that's Sanders for about a 5-yard gain. It's coming down to the nitty gritty. New England's trying to stave off the Bills. You almost wonder if you want to let them score so you get the ball back, but this has been a low scoring game. So considering the fact Mac Jones has only thrown 3 balls all night, it might be a dicey situation. 2nd and 5, shotgun formation, and Josh Allen is going to rumble all the way down. He scrambles down to the maybe 19.5 yard line. It's going to be really close. I believe he got the first down, but he was stretching out. Phillips pulled him. This time we didn't get a foul for that. And they are going to give him the first down. It's 1st and 10, Buffalo. 2.5 minutes left. They've got to get in the end zone. Field goal does them no good.
They're on a battle. They're on a march here. Field goal does them no good indeed. Let's see if they can punch it in.
Single back formation. Handoff is to right up the middle off to the right side, and Moss gains about 2 yards, 2nd and 8.
And now they're probably going to take it down to the 2-minute warning here. And you like your spot as a Bills fan here. They're doing a good job marching the ball down the field. But one thing we keep saying, they can't settle for the field goal at this point in the game. Timeout here by New England.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, well, first of all, good timeout by New England.
Agreed.
But I'm also thinking here that you got to be careful because you don't want to get too cute. And, you know, you've only got 1 timeout left. There are things like penalties and whatnot that can reset the downs. I think if I'm Buffalo, I'm just going to try to get in there and score. I'm not going to worry about the clock at this point because New England has struggled to move the ball through the air. You could pigeonhole yourself here if you get too cute with the clock.
Correct. Yeah, you don't want to pigeonhole yourself here. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Buffalo, they've been passing. They're on the doorstep. They need a touchdown here. I don't know. It's interesting. Allen's look good on rollouts. We'll see what happens.
So 2nd and 9, 2:15 left on the game clock. The Buffalo Bills trail by 4. They have 1 timeout left. New England has 2. Buffalo were to score.
I think pass here. What do you think, McGee?
Well, I think you have to. I don't know if you have to, but they haven't been able to move the ball much on the ground. So 2nd and 9, shotgun formation. 4 wide receivers. Here's the snap. Allen drops back, rocks, and fires it into the end zone, high and wide, out of the reach of Diggs, and it's 3rd and 9.
And that was a tremendous timeout by New England. Now they're forcing Buffalo to try and score, and the 2-minute warning is still beneath them. New England's putting pressure on Buffalo here. Diggs just outstretched there. Good coverage by New England. Buffalo's in some trouble here.
That missed field goal really coming back to haunt Buffalo right now. They could name their game right now if it wasn't for that. 3rd and 9, 2:11 on the clock, shotgun formation for Buffalo. And there's flags down and the play is stopped. So it looks like it's going to be a false start on Buffalo. Looks like they're going to hit number 88, Dawson Knox.
He's been really having an unfortunate game. Couple big drops, big false start penalty here. Now it's 3rd and 14, 3rd and really long. You got to chunk out some good yardage here.
3rd and 14, clock not realistically an issue. So the middle of the field is realistically your friend because you do have the 2-minute warning coming up. We see what we got here. They set up for a shotgun formation and single back set. Josh Allen drops back. Here comes the jailbreak. He's running for his life. He fights off the defender. He's going to fire it into the end zone. Just out of the arms. Incomplete. Dawson Knox almost coming up with a big, big catch, but the ball was knocked down. Almost wonder, man, they're letting them play because the way we see today's NFL, they normally call that interference.
Yeah, and Josh Allen does a tremendous job at avoiding some sacks, throws a jump ball. People fought for it. Dawson Knox, it looks like, stretched his arms out. Looks like the Patriots defender was just able to knock it down, knock it out of the arms of Dawson Knox. And now Buffalo's in trouble. 4th and 14. They need the end zone. They need to come up with their best play right here, right now, and try and get into the end zone.
There's not a whole lot of 4th and 14s in your playbook, but if you got one, it's time to put it on.
Yeah, it's time to pull it out now, because if you don't, you're probably looking at the locker room sooner than later.
We're at the 2-minute warning, but we'll stay here with you. We don't want to miss any of the action here, as this is the play of the game. And looking at some of the statistics, Josh Allen, 15 of 29 tonight for 145 yards, 1 touchdown. Mac Jones, 2 of 3 for 19 yards. Wonder when the last time a quarterback won a game in the NFL throwing the ball 3 times.
I'm sure of all things that, Mac Jones fantasy owners, I'm not sure many people starting him tonight, but I'm sure their heads through a dang hole in the wall.
I'd say there'll be a mass exodus of Mac Jones fantasy owners after tonight.
They're going to be returned in his stock.
Whoever you're planning on streaming next week, whether it's a running back, whatever, the first guy you're dropping off your team if you own him is Mac Jones.
Correct. He's going to be the most dropped on Yahoo, perhaps, of the quarterback position.
Not that Josh Allen's lit it up, but at least they've let him throw. They're not even letting Mac Jones throw.
Poor guy isn't even going to fire off more than 3 attempts in this barn burner of a game. If they get the ball back, unless they're trailing, if Buffalo takes the lead here, obviously Mac Jones will start having to chuck and duck the ball. But if New England's defense hold him, 3 passes is very well all that Mac Jones is going to get.
If you had Damian Harris, you're disappointed that he got injured, but he did have 111 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, imagine his game if he didn't get injured. That one run in the second half, because he had 9 carries in the first half. Then that one run, he looked explosive up the sideline.
He was throwing the ball well. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he would have had 200 yards.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. He was doing really well.
He was reading his blocks. I mean, he was not that Stevenson's done a bad job, but that was a phenomenal job of running every time he touched the ball tonight.
And it looks like we got a serious injury here for New England as they're still dealing with it.
Yeah. Let's hope that's not too bad of an injury, but player is down on the field as the training staff is around him. And looks like that's their strong safety, Adrian Phillips, holding his knee.
Yep, that's Adrian Phillips, the 8-year veteran out of Texas there, holding his knee on the ground. That's not a good sign for Patriots fans and Patriots players and coaches and fans around the NFL, as New England needs one big stop here on 4th down. Buffalo's probably going to pass as well. Not good for New England's pass defense.
So they're taking another break as he's still laying on the field. The team is now surrounding him. Let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard in the NBA real quick tonight. Warriors 52-39 over the Magic in the second quarter. Other games still going on. Spurs and Suns. Suns have a 5-point lead with 7 minutes left in the fourth, and the Trailblazers trail the Clippers 43-40 in Portland as they head towards the half. In the National Hockey League, real quick, we'll go ahead and hit their scoreboard. Coyotes trailing the Stars 4-1 late in the third period. Kings and Canucks are just underway in the second, tied up 0-0. Penguins over the Kraken 3-0 in the second. Senators won, Caps won, and the Avs won. So we're coming out, and Phillips is now off the field. It's going to be 4th and 14, and Buffalo do or die here with 20 seconds on the shot on the game. Play clock. 2 minutes left in the game. They only have one timeout. Here's Allen. He drops back to pass. He fires it over the middle, and it is knocked down, incomplete. There was really nobody open on that play. And New England is going to get the ball back. Buffalo does have one timeout left, so they could, in theory, get the ball back.
Yeah, what a play there by New England. And I'm not a huge fan of that play call by Buffalo, but they did have a guy burst open. It took a heave of a last second arm by a Patriots defender to knock that one down. Buffalo falls just short. Now they're going to have to call their timeout right away once this ball carrier gets to the ground.
I formation, double tight end set. Handoff is to Stevenson. He pushes his way across the 20-yard line for a gain of almost 2, and it'll be 2nd and 8.
Yeah, so you're looking at after this one, it'll be about 1 minute and 8 seconds going into third down. After that one, it'll be about it's really going to be hard for Buffalo to pull this one off. We're looking at not a lot of time left on the clock.
On the clock. They just called a timeout.
And you got about 80 more seconds able to chew on the next 2 downs. So you're looking at about 15 to 20 seconds left on the clock if you're Buffalo, if you're lucky.
Unless someone goes all Leonard Fournette about it and doesn't slide in bounds. Okay. I formation, double tight end set. Handoff is to Stevenson one more time. He pushes ahead for about a yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 7 with about 1:42 left on the clock.
Pretty much. You just look to try and draw out the clock here. I'd almost let it all tick down and then call a timeout with 1 second left if I'm New England and come up with the play that I could think burns the most time. Why is the clock stopped?
I'll be honest with you. If I were Belichick, I'd call the timeout and then take a knee.
I agree.
Last thing you want is a fumble or something stupid to happen here.
I was actually thinking about that too. I would take a knee too, but what the heck is going on with the clock right now? These refs are, holy crap, really drawing out this game. This was in the middle of a play.
It stopped at 1:19, but there's 9 seconds left on the play clock. So we're trying to figure out what's going on here.
Looks like Belichick's trying to figure out what's going on. And we knew that it was going to be able to be taken down to about 1 minute and 10 seconds. My thing is this. Did something had to happen on the field, because why would the clock just stop, give out flat stop? I wonder if something escaped or something scored.
What they're saying is that they're going to put the clock down to 1:23 because of the injury, but they're going to reset the play clock to 40 seconds.
So that is the clock stopped now. So if the clock keeps going here, that's game then. But if the clock stopped, that's a huge advantage for Buffalo. Oh yeah, that's pretty much game by the time this one's all done, set and ticking.
That's why McDermott is raising Kane, because he didn't realize that they're gonna call it that way. So now they are gonna get in victory formation. It looks like, as you know, Belichick knows the rules, and you know he brought it up to the refs.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to very well be the last play as long as Mac Jones is able to stay alive for a couple of seconds.
So now the clock is stopping again. Not sure what is going on here.
Patriots look like they took a timeout. Bill Belichick still yelling.
44 seconds left on the clock. Barring a bad snap, you're going to have a few seconds left on the clock after this play. So it'll come down to, does New England decide to punt it and risk a block punt, or do they drop back and pass and just heave one out of bounds?
I suspect they'll snap it here. Mac Jones will take a few steps back and down it. And then if that's not enough, I think they'll just probably try and take a snap and heave it out of bounds or knee it again. If there's only like 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock, they could try something. Because even if a safety were to happen here, they're okay.
So here comes the snap. Victory formation. Mac Jones gets a step. He runs back, dives down on the ground, and there's going to be about a 1.5 second difference between the game clock and the play clock. So in theory, you could run backwards for a second or so and kill that time and then kneel on it.
Correct. As long as you don't fumble or do anything here, you snap the ball, take a few yards back, hit the ground, game should end. But interesting, nothing's without drama here. New England will probably take a timeout again with 1 second left.
Feel like there's a lot of overthinking here for a game that's essentially over.
I agree. I feel like this is Belichick being Belichick. There's only going to be 1 second left on the clock. All you're going to have to do here is snap it and have Mac Jones take a few steps back like we just seen, and that'll be game. I don't really know why he's taking these timeouts and elongating it, but hey, maybe
you don't see it much anymore, but used to see teams put punters in to take that final snap because they have the surest hands because of the snaps that they take. So 1 second left, victory formation, 4th and 15. Mac Jones takes a few steps back, and that will do it. The clock runs out and the game is over. The Patriots go into Orchard Park and upset the Bills. Your final is 14-10. What are your final thoughts on this, sir?
Yeah, it was one that we thought. We liked the under from early on. The under ended up hitting. We liked the running game from early on. Well, New England ended up proving that. And Buffalo struggled with the run. That's why they struggled with offense tonight. We said before the game, can they get their run game going? They didn't really do a great job of getting it involved all game, and you see them take the L here. New England, we said before the game, it's going to be like a mini playoff run the rest of the way out. They started off really good, and now Buffalo is all of a sudden 7-5 heading to Tampa next week. There's a bunch of AFC teams sitting in the 6-7 to 7-5 range. Buffalo at one point in time seemed like the clear-cut favorite in the AFC. That totally changed hands to now New England or Kansas City. Buffalo's teetering on the edge of the playoffs at this very moment. Huge win for New England, huge loss for Buffalo. The AFC is a total coin flip. Look for Damian Harris injury updates, as that could be big for New England down the stretch. And Mac Jones, that is history.
One would be New England now leads the AFC for the best record in the AFC as they go to 9-4. And then the second one, kind of piggybacking off what you're saying about Buffalo, they dropped to 7-5, and their next 3 games at Tampa, home against the Panthers, and at the New England Patriots. They will finish off with the Falcons and Jets, so I think they will squeeze into the playoffs, but the division might be slipping away as we speak.
Yeah, I like New England to win this division now. Certainly, they still have a winnable game left against Jacksonville. And that one's at home. Might as well chalk that one up. So realistically, right now they're sitting at 10-4 if you count that Jacksonville game. So they're really in the driver's seat.
So we will be back December 23rd. Tennessee versus San Francisco, and we will bring you the action. We might have other games in front of us. We just haven't gotten together on that, but we will definitely be back the 23rd. It's a Thursday night game, and a lot of households won't be able to get that game, so we will have it here for you. For Tones Areola, I'm Mac McGee. Thanks for watching and tuning in to the Monday Night Football telecast here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. We will be back for more. Please like and subscribe as we bring football and baseball to you very regularly.